esteemed and honorable members of council, Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade, Chief of Staff, City Council Elijah Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff Mergler, Ajay English, Financial Controller and Legislative Assistant, Office of Management and Budget, Honorable Treasurer Sims, and members of the public. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, and I would like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting. I am Finance Committee Chair Michelle Hurley, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. There are 3 budget hearings scheduled for today: the City Treasurer's Office, Police Department, and the Fire Department. I first would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Hackett, Councilmember Oliver, Vice Chair Bracy, Councilmember Spadola,
Present.
President Congo.
Here.
I would also like to recognize any other council persons present by doing another roll call. Councilmember Owens,
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Willard, Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Field, Councilmember McCoy.
Here.
I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Oliver.
Present.
Mayor Carney presented a proposed budget to council on March 19th. The budget is proposed includes the following: a 0% property tax rate increase, a 9.95% water, sewer, and stormwater rate increase, an increase of about $7.95 increase to the monthly bill based on typical residential customers using 4,000 gallons of water per month, a 1.16% increase in the sewer factor for inside city customers only, $25.7 million transfer from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund for the following purposes: $1.7 million transfer to the general fund to balance the budget, considering expenditures far outpacing our revenues. $4 million transfer for the Economic Development Strategic Fund, which $1 million is specifically earmarked for the Small Minority Business Program. Then we have $20 million, a $20 million transfer to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund for the following: $200,000 for the Housing Expo, $500,000 for the Wilmington Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank. We have $500,000 going towards the Home Lottery Repair Program, and $2 million for the Vacant Lots Program, and $16.8 million for Affordable Housing Subsidy. The proposed general fund budget totals $212 million, which is up $10.8 million or 5.4%. The proposed water sewer fund budget totals $100 million, which is up $5.1 million. There is not a capital budget for fiscal 2027 because it is only done in the even years. This proposed general fund budget factors several items that will warrant much discussion during these proceedings. 1, expenditures are far outpacing our revenues based on the latest 5-year projections done by the Office of Management and Budget. Also, our fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget amendment that added new positions to the budget. A net change of 19 new positions added to the proposed budget, which 12 positions pertain to EMS and ambulance service. Also, the ARPA funding is required to be fully exhausted by December 31, 2026. And then we have the CPSI, which was initiated by City Council in CY 2023, yet the current proposed budget lacks the necessary funding for the continuation of this program. And we also have the Office of Community Safety, which was established by executive order of the mayor in March 2026 and was funded via a mid-year budget amendment. Then we have the property tax reassessment. This is a result of a court mandate that's within the purview of Newcastle County, who authorized Tyler Technologies to perform a property tax reassessment based on market rate value, which is revenue neutral. I am looking forward to working with the mayor and my colleagues to learn more on the plans for how the mayor intends to best handle as well as Newcastle County, while realizing that the bifurcated property tax rate relives some of the financial burden. It needs to be determined if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources to assist with appeals and if any internal assessments that may be required. And then we have the water sewer rates. While the FY27 proposed water rates submitted to council from the mayor are lower than the recommendations by the Utility Citizens Advisory Board, this council must review these rates as well as understand the impact of other rising costs such as Delmarva bills, property taxes due to the reassessment, rising costs of gas, and so much more. The mayor has shared his vision for the intended planned use of the FY27 proposed budgetary funds. Now, it is council's fiduciary responsibility to review the budget, have budget hearings with the various departments to get a complete plan on the intended use of these budgetary funds, and then to have negotiations with the administration on any changes that may be warranted to this proposed budget. By charter, council must adopt a balanced budget, and it shall be the duty of the council at least 30 days before the end of the fiscal year to adopt the annual operating ordinance for the next fiscal year. Council has shared its priorities with the mayor, which are inclusive of the following: public safety, the funding for CPSI, expanding CPSI to other parts of the city, expanding partners and care hours, also the Wilmington Community Police Accountability Board. Under neighborhood stabilization, we have the home lottery repair program, the Goodwill litter, property rehabilitation program, affordable housing, community revitalization fund, housing trust, and the property tax reassessment inequities. Under community, we have the Juneteenth celebration, the vacant contract structure for rodents, and then under education, we have the safe haven funding for a site location in the 6th district. We have the HBCU funding specifically for City of Wilmington residents only. And then we have the Office of Educational Advocacy. Under economic development, we have Small Minority Business Program, we have the Small Business Expo, and the Nonprofit Summit. Financial stability, we have the Water Assistance Program that we want to continue, and then we have our new Property Tax Abatement Program. And under parks, we have the Christina Park, Friendship House, and the Youth Master Plan. Also, ensuring that council's legislative mandates are adequately funded, such as the traffic calming devices, the historical markers, residency assistance fund, the escrow program, and the property tax abatement legislation, to name a few. Before I turn it over to Mr. Jones, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, for a financial overview of the City Treasurer's Office, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be made at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward to having participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bass-Knight will check and track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings have time limits due to time constraints. I kindly ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to first present, then questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first, then other council members, followed by the public at the end of the presentation. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. Again, questions from the Finance Committee members will be acknowledged. Before I turn it over, I want to first acknowledge President Congo. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Jones, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, to provide a financial overview, then followed by the City Treasurer, the Honorable Sims, as well as for a question and answer session with Council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes. Mr. Jones, I would like to turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. All right, good evening, Madam Chair, Council President, Council Chief of Staff, the Honorable Treasurer Sims, and honorable members of City Council. This evening, I will present the Treasurer's Office FY2027 proposed budget request on behalf of the Office of Management and Budget. Next slide. Funding for the Treasurer's Office is derived from both the general fund and all of the pension funds, including the fire and police pensions, pension health care, and the civilian pension plans 1 through 3. The Treasurer's Office is requesting a total budget of $8 million, with the pension funds representing 90% of the department's total budget, while the general fund represents the remaining 10%. Next slide. In the general fund, the department is requesting a total budget of $813,000, up 55%, or $289,000 compared to the last fiscal year. Personal services contributed almost $100,000 of the increase, mainly due to the addition of 1 new position, cost of living adjustments, anniversary steps, and annual reviews, with the addition of higher employee benefits costs as well. MS&E also added $119,000, which we'll discuss in the next couple of slides. Next slide. As mentioned previously, there is 1 new position that was created during the FY 2026 mid-year budget amendment. The Treasurer's Office is up 0.50 FTE, or a half of an FTE in the general fund, with the addition of the Manager of Communications, Programs, and Strategic Partnerships. This split-funded position, 50% with the overall pension funds, will lead the Treasurer's Office Communications, Financial Empowerment Programming, and Strategic Partnerships supporting employees, retirees, and residents. The total cost of this position is about $88,000 to the general fund. This includes both salaries and benefits. This position will oversee the financial empowerment and wellness programming that added $160,000 to the workshops, seminars, and training account. This programming is for city employees, retirees, and residents, and will provide wealth building boot camps, home buyer education, and treasury talks, including retirement and benefits prep. Next slide. $15,000 was reallocated from the consultant's account to trustee fees to cover costs for bond and escrow accounts related to the December 2025 bond issuance. $15,000 was also added to community service to expand outreach and partnerships in alignment with office priorities for sponsorships and community events. The travel account line increased by $10,000 to support training, conferences, and the professional development opportunities. Lastly, the Treasurer's Office requested 1 SUV at a cost of $85,000. This vehicle will replace the current loaner vehicle assigned to the city treasurer upon first taking office. It will serve as the treasurer's primary vehicle for daily use, including travel to professional meetings, trainings, and events consistent with other appointed director positions. Next slide. Now on to the pension funds, which consist of both the fire and police pensions, pension health care, and the civilian pension plans 1 through 3. Are requesting a total budget of about $7.2 million. Personal services increased by $86,000, primarily due to the addition of the new split-funded position and higher employee benefits cost. Next slide. As mentioned in the previous general fund portion of the slides, the Treasurer's Office is up 0.50 FTEs in the combined pension funds with the addition of the Manager of Communications, Programs, and Strategic Partnerships, split funded with the general fund at a total cost of about $88,000 to the pension funds. The consultants account line increased by approximately $32,900 due to advisory and actuarial service fees. And then lastly, in the pension fund, the yearly self-insurance actuarial target for the retiree medical cost in the pension healthcare fund was increased by $250,000, bringing the program's total funding to $5.5 million for FY 2027. This increase is reflected in all departments in the pension healthcare account. That concludes my presentation of the Treasurer's Office FY 2027 proposed budget. I'll return the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Before I turn it over to Treasurer Sims, I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Willier and Councilmember Spadola. Turn it over to
Councilmember Cabrera.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Treasurer Sims.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good
I think
evening.
I can go home now.
Yes.
I think our O&B analyst did a wonderful job explaining exactly what we have. First and foremost, I'd like to honor and acknowledge and say thank you, Madam Chair, for your courtesy and allowing us to present early, given our portfolio and our presentation.
Yes.
Secondarily, I'd like to acknowledge our Vice Chair Brady, and then, of course, City Council President Congo, and all the council members present and here today, and then, of course, online.
Yes.
And, of course, that also extends to the mayoral leadership team and, of course, the staff from OMB and Director Greco. Thank you for your partnership. We appreciate all of your help. And, of course, as we build out our programming and continue to deliver on what we're expected to do as elected officials. So thank you. Also, before I begin, I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge my full team from Treasury. Much like the state of Delaware, we are small but mighty in our presence and impact. And so I'd like to say thank you very much to all members from the Treasury staff here today and those who are actually still upstairs working on behalf of the people.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. If we could go right into the first slide, I appreciate it. The next slide, I should say, I appreciate it. As requested, we like to, and we do every year, we like to talk about our vision, our departmental priorities, and then, of course, how you can judge us based on those priorities. Acronym for that would be our KPIs, or our critical performance indicators. Our vision is very simple, as you see it in front of you. It's all centers around the context and the concept of excellence and execution. The 4 pillars there you see in front of you, I won't read them to you, but I will bring to your attention one in each box, and that is, of course, with respect to integrity and compliance, we try to remain, and our endeavor to remain ethically aligned across all principles. Our collaborative partnerships, internal teams and external stakeholders alike. Excuse me. A strong governance culture, and that strong governance culture is around the responsible management of our public resources, and last but not least, our commitment to community, as you see, to be a trusted partner to all of those in the community. So that's our vision. As we go to the next slide, please, you'll see our priorities around good governance, around modernization, efficiency, and outreach. Just to bring to your attention, when I think about modernization, this is a multi-pronged approach that we've taken, a multi-year approach that we have taken now, as I struggle to say it, and I can't believe it, in my 6th year as the treasurer for the city of Wilmington, and being blessed to serve our people this way. Modernization is a very important component. We had to bring our processes, our policies up to speed, and that includes of course, our resources around. That includes the building itself, the facilities, the technology, and yes, the vehicle as well, which will, I know was a question on the presentation. We'll answer that as well. Efficiency. So our theme here is very simply, one of the things that we'll focus on later on in the presentation is the reallocation of pension savings. So as we become more efficient operation, we want to responsibly use those funds to execute on the mission and the vision of the department. And last but not least, as you see there, outreach. We'll continue to be an excellent partner and deliver, on all of our original programming as well. The next slide. So these are the next slide here is our performance results that you'll see. Three core components around delivering on the vision, the mission, and of course our priorities. Number one, to increase returns and reduce risk across the organization. Number two, to reduce our fee expense ratios to make money on behalf of the city. And last but not least, a commitment, express commitment, articulated for commitment to diversity and equity. So some very high-level bullet points that you'll see there. I will, again, won't read them to you, but some of which I'll highlight in the increased return, reduced risk component. Over $111 million of growth in the pension fund since taking office in 2021. In plan assets managed by minority women and business enterprise, that's the acronym there, MWBEs. We've increased our commitment to MWBEs in the pension fund by over $28 million year over year. That's a 14.9% increase year over year. We've increased our current cash levels, unrestricted cash levels, available to the Treasury for $78 million. We do weekly disciplined rebalancing against our pension portfolio. That has netted us in the year 2025 over $14.9 million in reduced risk to the pension fund. That was formerly sitting in more risky equity investments and then moved to more conservative fixed income portfolio standings. And then, of course, if you see here, we're projected, the final bullet point there, we're projected over $1 million, to perform over $1 million in interest income, which is going to be elaborated on in another slide later in the presentation. Very quickly, a reduced fee expense ratio. We negotiated a 0.29% reduction in investor fees. We're targeting an annualized savings of over $600,000. That's a 24% increase over last year in savings. And with respect to our commitment to diversity and equity, we continue to outperform our peers in this space. 67, almost 68% of our plan assets are managed by minority women business enterprises. That is a 4.7% increase year over year. And approximately 61.5% of our professional services vendors are minority women business enterprise, which we'll elaborate in a later slide in the presentation as well. If we can go to the next slide. So that concludes really those earlier points around the preliminary questions. We'll dig in now into the questions as articulated. Question one around 5-year revenues, expended projections.
I will do that.
You'll read those.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
I don't
Thank
want
you.
to take your job here.
Oh, that's okay. I did say zip through.
Yes,
didn't I?
ma'am, you did. I'm going to commit to it. Yes, ma'am.
I hear you. Thank you. All right. So real quick, understanding the 5-year revenue and expenditure projections, showing expenditures are far outreaching, and outpacing our revenues for FY27 to FY30 and FY27 general fund proposed budget. Uses is $25.7 million of the tax stabilization fund. Can you please share how this budget aligns with closing any of your potential budget gaps? And you can answer letters A through D.
My pleasure. So we've taken a unique approach to answering these questions because we know that we actually kind of get into more detail on these questions as we work through the slides. So we took a summative approach with respect to our response. I can tell you just as a precursor, if we can go back one slide, I want to just zero in on one thing very quickly. Thank you. That last portion of the question to share how this budget aligns with closing any potential budget gaps. We want to make sure we speak to that as well, because our budget is ambitious, and I'll be very clear about that, and I have no, concerns around expressing that. But the point is that, we represent, you'll see this in the next slide. Actually, if we go to the next slide, I want to bring your attention to it very quickly. The very bottom of the slide, this is important. The Treasury's general fund administrative budget request represents less than 0.5% of the city's $213 million proposed operating budget. I want to be clear about that, right? So, any savings we may have or find in the course of our budget, will be minuscule at best with respect to, closing budgetary gaps. And I think that's really important contextually to lay that out for the public and for everyone here participating on the King. That said, we want to give a very clear answer about what we plan on doing with the money that we're asking for in our budget.
Right,
Okay?
yes. Well,
And
thanks
so-
for that. I do want to ask a quick question.
Sure.
Targeted annualized fee savings of 604,000. Now, is that a savings year over year under reduced fee expense ratios where it says performance measures results on that page?
Yes.
Is that year over year?
That's correct. Well, that's annually. That's this year,
That's
this
this year.
fiscal year.
But-
It's a 24% increase from where we were at this time last year.
Got you. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for clarifying that.
My pleasure.
Okay.
And just to be clear, those savings, they come from just being more efficient about how we're operating the pension.
Okay.
right, and making sure that we're selecting the proper investment managers to represent us as a city, to invest our money with. And then, of course, we're in a very low-risk fiduciary relationship with our pension advisor, which helps drive down those fees as well.
Awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So A through
Yes.
D.
So you'll see this operational budget reflects the next phase of what has been an intentional multi-year strategic plan and executing our departmental priorities and what we obviously see as our obligations as a citywide office. High-level additions, to answer your question, and this is the summative portion. You'll see a position was established, which was mentioned by OMB, to manage our programs, communications, and strategic partnerships. We've restructured and realigned our appointed staff around job descriptions as well as job titles. We have money in here in our budget for training and development and the upskilling of staff because we want to continue to not just invest in the public and employees, but of course our staff as well. Technology upgrades and office equipment so that we can do our jobs more efficiently and better, and that includes the assigned vehicle. Funding, finally funding for our financial empowerment and wellness program, which we launched this fiscal year, actually, as well. So these initiatives are appropriately budgeted, you'll see, within the general fund, primarily underneath the title allocated for workshops, seminars, and professional fees, which is where we believe they belong, with the pension fund being utilized only when programmatically appropriate. And I think I want to take a moment to just build on that. We have two
Now,
buckets.
what number are we on?
That's
What letter?
actually
Letter.
that's one, and that covers actually 1 through A through D. Again, as summative, and then we'll dive into it more as we get into the other questions.
So you completed 1, A through D?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the way we do this, like, you can say A, B, C, so everybody is following you.
Happy to do so. Yes.
Okay, all right. So we're going to move on to question number 2?
Yes.
All right, so considering the Pension Commission recently provided a recommendation to the mayor and council for a one-time payment of $1,000 for pensioners as of December 31st, 2019, can you please share any potential plans for addressing a cost of living adjustment, considering these pensioners have not received COLAs since 2006 in over 20 years? 2 and 2A.
Excellent. So answering question 2, specifically, there's no budgetary mechanism to, and I highlight the word ensure, that there's a cost of living increase or a COLA is received by pensioners. We do have in code, statutorily, the mechanism to consider that financial viability is cost of living increase on an annual basis is the Pension Commission. That's articulated in Section 39-6, which I'm sure most, if not all, folks here are very familiar with. And of course, we included on the next slide, which we'll get to in just a moment, the actual code itself. But I will say, on a personal note, we in our office, we work with these pensioners every day, and we work with uniformed pension secretaries. So we hear from them on a regular basis. We understand the hardships that they're going through. And of course, as you mentioned in the question, there was the commission itself, which, by the way, I chair the commission, but I'm one vote, right? We have 13 members on that commission. And of course, my job is to chair that commission and try to get us to some consensus around this very difficult issue. I'm happy to say we were able to do that and execute the code as it's intended just recently, and it resulted in a $1,000 payment for increase to all those pensioners articulated in the vote. To answer questions specifically 2A, you see, I won't read it, but you see based on plans that we manage, you see the number of pensioners in each plan.
Yes, okay, so we're going to move on to number 3. Can you please share, understanding the city has a healthy fund balance, can you share the imposed impact with actual cash and the growth with investment income? That 3 and 3A.
Yes, ma'am. So what you see in front of you are answering both question 3, and question 3A we'll answer on the next slide. But this is answering question 3. We have a healthy fund impact, right? That chart at the very top, it actually captures, as you see, actuals of interest income to the city for fiscal years 23 through 2025. We have what was budgeted for fiscal year 2026, which is just over $5.2 million. We're actually on track this year to exceed interest income that was projected by just over $1 million. So we're projecting just about $6.2 million. So again, overperforming here was what we intend to do. For the fiscal year budget 2027, you see there's a decline. And that decline, quite frankly, is what we're seeing in the market is just a decrease in rates. Then, of course, we have also a decrease in actual capital to invest, which is intentional, right? We have budgetary funds from bond bills, previous bond bills, ARPA money that's reducing. So those balances, those deposit balances are actually decreasing as well. So when you have lowering interest rate environment, lowering balances, you're going to see a decline in interest income as well. It's appropriate. Healthy fund impact, the chart to the right just really articulates what you see above. And a healthy fund impact, as I said, as I mentioned, we're expecting over $1 million over the projected for fiscal year 2026. And then, of course, we have an unrestricted cash position of over $70 million as well. No, it sounds like a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money as a city. It costs a lot of money to run this city. And so our position has always been to be very smart. There's some slides later on about cash management principles in one of our questions, and I'll elaborate on how we're able to get to that $70 million unrestricted cash position during that slide.
Okay. Can you please discuss the overall health of the city's pension funds?
I'm sorry, if I may, the next slide, go back one slide, if you will. I know question 3A, it was a question around best cash management practices, and I wanted to just highlight that very quickly for you. Again, I will not read all of that. We have no real jurisdiction, if you will, over the tax stabilization reserve funds. Our goal, though, we like to, obviously, we're focused on cash deposits and our banking relationships, and making sure that we're leveraging those banking relationships, our cash deposits, and managing that cash appropriately so that we can try to increase that unrestricted cash availability, right? So to weather a further storm. So active cash management, a diversification strategy, a conservative risk profile where we are requiring that our deposit banks have our deposits minimum 100% collateralized, right? So well above the FDIC $250,000. And then I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the final bullet point, which is a competitive bidding process, right? So when I first took over the office of the treasurer, we had 2 banks and give or take around 2 products. We've been able to diversify the relationships of the banks to now 5 different banks and 4 different products. And all of that combined with active cash management policy is yielding us the interest income that you see.
Okay, all right. So,
All right. Yes,
Board,
please.
please discuss the overall health of the city's pension funds.
Indeed. So, when you talk about pension funds, public pension funds in particular, we're really judged, and we judge our peers and ourselves by 4 critical indicators. One is, what date will you be fully funded? Right. We have an obligation, a future obligation to pensioners, and active employees alike who are contributing to that pension. Right. In this case, what date will you be fully funded? The second is also what % to fully funded. So it's just another take on that same topic. And then, of course, what's your rate of return annually? How are you performing in the market based on your strategy, right? And then, of course, what is the city's commitment to those obligations with respect to their ADC, which is the annual contribution, right, to the pension fund. And so we speak to these 4 points in these bullet points here. 89% towards being fully funded. We should achieve fully funded status by 2030, assuming a 7.2% what we call discount rate. That discount rate means basically that we need to make sure we're earning 7.2% every year in the pension. Our rate of return for fiscal year 25 was 13.5% rate of return. So the pension is very healthy. And then, of course, our actuarial defined contributions you see there for the last 3 years, we've met and or exceeded. And so against all 4 considered, industry standard indicators, the city's pension is performing quite well.
Okay. All right. Question number 5, can you please discuss the $5.5 million budgeted for pension health care around medical costs and specify the total number of participants?
Yes, ma'am. If we can, just go back one slide, if you will, just to continue question 4. I want to bring your attention to this is a chart that we like to use to capture the health again of the pension fund, and on a quarterly, fiscal year, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year basis. You'll see arrows at the top right and on the far left. Net investment change is how we, again, back to rate of return. So when I talk about a 13.5% rate of return on the year, over the 5 year, you'll see that $235,769 mark. That's what we've done in terms of actual income and returns to the pension fund over the last 5 years of the administration. And so you can see that information here on a quarterly, fiscal 1, 3, 5, and 10 year basis. So again, for posterity purpose, we like to include this in the presentation. And I'll now go into question 5. Question 5 is our standard $250,000 annual contribution that we make towards retiree health care. As part of the OPEB valuation process. We have 411 participants enrolled in programs now.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to number 6. So can you please discuss any proposed changes to positions and any mid-year budget amendments and share any vacant positions?
Yes, ma'am. So I'll dive right into A, the mid-year budget amendment. As was articulated, I believe, at the preamble and outset, a new position was added into the Office of the Treasurer. We're excited about it. It was always my intention from 2021 to build out a robust community outreach and programming division. I hear from members of our community at large. I hear from employees, retirees on a regular basis. As I literally can't go out without getting asked how's the health of the pension and what are we doing about our investments in money, right? And so I felt it very important to build out some kind of financial literacy and wellness program. I have a lot of relationships myself, of course, throughout the business and throughout the city. And so it's just
Council member, can you please mute your phone? Council members, please mute your phone. Sorry about that.
My pleasure. So we've made significant inroads with relationships at the institutional level with the community, right, through outreach and sponsorship. So how do we leverage all of that on behalf of our employees, on behalf of our retirees, and on behalf of the city at large? And that needs to be structured, right? And so building out a specific position to do that work, to lead those initiatives, was always part of the plan, and I'm happy to say that we were able to add that new position as part of the Second Amendment, budget amendment. And I thank the mayor and city council for your support in that endeavor. We've also done a multi-year strategic realignment around appointed positions. So you'll see there we revised position titles, expanded job descriptions, and we did a compensation analysis across city positions, complementary, comparable positions in the city. And what we found is that we needed to become more, we were misaligned in our compensation in our office, with most of our appointed staff not having any increase since I took office in 2021. And so I felt it was incumbent upon me to make sure that we righted that ship, and that was part of what you'll see as well in our budget. It's reflected as a articulated by OMB. 6B, you'll see any vacant positions. The position actually that we added is still vacant. We're working with HR, interestingly enough. It's still vacant. We've identified a person. We have an offer letter prepared. At the end of the day, right now, what we're doing is just working with HR to formalize it. So it's just a matter of timing. But that's the vacant position that you see there, added in the FY26 budget. And that appointee brings a wealth of experience in program development, communications, engagement strategies, of which we'll talk about in some future slides.
Okay. All right, we're going to move right on to question number 7. Can you please discuss the planned use of the $1.1 million budgeted for professional services across both the general and pension funds, considering actuals have not exceeded $840,000 in the last 2 years? Yes, and let's see here. Yes, in the last 2 years.
Okay. So you'll see in bullet point 1, we give a summary here. As you know, all professional fees are used for the operation and the stewardship of Treasury operations. So specifically, when we talk about consultants and advisors pertaining to pension management, accounting, trustees' fees, and of course the programming, which we've started in this fiscal year and which we intend to ramp up in the new fiscal year. I think it's really important to focus on the second bullet point, right? When we talk about savings to the pension, again, $600,000 savings, where does that money go, right? What it does, it's comparative to the budget that we have. So you see savings in the budget line items of accountants and consultants with respect to the pension. That's what is being referred to here in the question where around, not exceeding certain dollar amounts. You'll see a precipitous drop in those expenditures. That's intentional. That's because we're actually more efficient in how we're operating, and we're executing on one of our departmental priorities to actually reduce fee expense ratio. The question then is, what do you do with that money, right? And our goal is very simple, very direct, and that's to get into repurposing of those funds for pension-specific financial education programming projects, right? So when you look at what we're planning on doing in the future slides, we articulate exactly how we plan on repurposing that money. But you'll also see slight increases. Why? We know that 2027 is a pension fund actuarial valuation year. There are significant costs to the pension associated with that work being done by our actuary, Chiron. And so we have to budget for that work. I make no bones about it. The price of that work goes up. Those hourly rates go up, and I think we've seen that with all vendors and alike. So we have to anticipate for that work. We have contingency dollars built in as well for special projects that might come up. And so, we can't necessarily predict what those projects might be, but for example, Pension Commission work, the study that we just did for the numbers associated with financial impact on the Pension Commission, that work is not, free work. That's work done by the actuaries that if you're not budgeting for that, you won't have the money there to pay for it, right? And so we have to think about that kind of work as well. If you look, I'll go back down to the bottom slide here about further variable expenses. I listed here some very variable expenses. For example, on the cash side, consultant work that we intend on doing for cash management and a banking RFP, right? So we have to budget for that work. On the pension side, right, there are data studies and requests from pension board, actuarial valuation and anticipation and increase as we look at one-year contracts on an annual basis. So the bottom line here is that, at the end of the day, we have to be responsible about the budget, yes, and we want to make sure that we have enough money to not just cover exactly what we do on a day-to-day administrative level, but on a future level from a programmatic standpoint, what will we need money to do to execute on Treasury talks and our financial empowerment and wellness program, but also what do we need to do to take care of those ad hoc things that pop up as well.
Okay. Do you want to say anything about the list of vendors and specify if any of those vendors are DBEs?
Indeed, yes, ma'am. We have quite a bit of information on that. We're really, really proud of the work that we're doing with respect to DBE, MWBE participation. So in the next, beautiful. As you see here, 7A, list the vendors and specify the vendors. So just to be clear, the next 1, 2, 3 slides will cover that, and I'll move through them really quickly, I promise, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So if we go back one slide, please. Thank you. So you'll see 61.5%, 8 out of 13 of our vendors are DBEs, okay? 67.9, just about 68% of our investment managers in the pension are MWBEs, all right? And all of our agreements are evaluated on an annual basis, okay? So we don't have any multi-year contracts.
Okay.
If we go to the next slide, this is just a chart that articulates who those vendors are with the DBE designation. You'll see them, they range from our debt advisor to actuaries, vendors that we use for our programming as well are included herein, and of course pension plan advisors, you name it, we included those relationships there, and with the articulation there for DBE. If we go to the next slide. I'll spend a little bit of time here on this. This is specific to the pension. Of course, our MWBE policy, which we instituted in 2021, has a focus on MWBE investment managers, qualified investment managers who are helping us to execute on our agenda around decreasing risk, increasing returns, reducing our fee expense ratio, and a commitment to diversity. So as you can see there in the bullet points, over $221 million is being spent with MWBEs. That is almost a 15% year-over-year increase, okay? Awesome. Approximately 68% of our plan assets are managed by MWBEs. That's almost a 5% increase year-over-year. And over 38% of our actual managers, which are listed in the chart below, 5 out of the 13, are actually DBEs. So whether if you're looking at it from a number of managers' perspective or if you're looking at assets under management as your paradigm, we intend to execute on both of those. That chart shows you, too, because I think this is really important. Oftentimes you'll hear MWBE, DBE articulated solely as represented as, if investment managers are African-American owned. And that's important, right? Because there are plenty of African-American owned investment management firms, including locally, right, that we endeavor to work with. But we know that MWBE really expands that definition beyond just African Americans. So that's why the chart on the far right, really we wanted to show you just how diverse and intentional we are about executing on that core principle around diversity and equity in the investment and pension space. All right, excellent.
All right. Do you feel as though you covered specifying the 1-year recurring agreements?
Indeed, yes. Yeah, we only have 1-year agreements. Yeah, so we revisit all of our contracts on an annual basis.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. We're going to move right on to question number 8. Can you please share the plan used for the $40,000 budgeted for community?
Well, if I may, I'm
Sure.
sorry, before we go to 8, I think because you're further to question 7, just as a final capstone on question 7.
Okay.
A big part of that 1.1, and I made this mention, when talking about repurposing of our pension fund savings, right? I think it behooves me to really speak about the Treasury Talks programming. I mean, I think, it's also representing a $160,000 ask on the general fund side, right?
Okay.
And so I'd be remiss if I didn't articulate exactly what we intend on doing, because I want to be very clear about that. This is programming that we have deemed as an office as necessary. We are hearing from our employees. We are hearing from retirees that this is very important. We know when we crunch the data that we have almost anywhere between 18 and 23% of our workforce within the next 5 to 10 years preparing for being eligible for retirement.
Wow.
So this is important work that we're doing, and I can't express that enough. So what you'll see in these next few slides is a representation of what we've been doing and what we intend on doing with respect to financial education and wellness programming. If we go to the next slide, please. So Treasury Talks, it's more than a tagline, it's a commitment to sparking dialogue, activating change, and acknowledging the power of starting where you are. Our tagline, our saying, what we talk about is the conversation starts here. So when I talk about hearing from employees, in the programming we've done so far, you'll see some testimonials or just some statements from folks that we hear during some of the programming that we're doing, right? Ensuring this information ahead of time, planning matters. I appreciate the work the entire team put into this. We thank you. That's a FOP retiree, 42 years of service. Active employee, 19 years of service. I really need this. What you're doing is so necessary, and people are going to be lined up out the door. We're happy to see the engagement we have. I'll talk about that in a moment. The discussion around money should be as common as our discussion around professional sports. Treasury Talks promotes these important conversations. That's an active employee right now, 9 years of service in our city, right?
Okay.
And if we go to the next slide, here's the conversation. What have we done? We've hosted so far 9 events, over 260 participants in our program, and over almost 500 impressions. Those are touch points with real people who are focused on our program just like we are. You see some of the posters from our programming, 3 of which are focused on the pension, right? And the most recently yesterday, held here in this chamber, right? We had almost 10 folks online and another, a grouping of folks here in the chamber taking control of the paycheck. We know that the paycheck is the driver of wealth. That's the number one driver for folks, right? And we have great benefits and great pay here at the City of Wilmington. How can we help people as they march towards retirement plan better? Right? And so, next slide, please. Here you see a Treasury Talks calendar of events starting from April, and we're starting off here in April and going into January. But obviously, we have more programs scheduled for past January, but I didn't want to tie up the entire slide. But you'll see it. We just performed the Paycheck Boot Camp yesterday here in Council Chambers. We have phase 2 of that scheduled already for May. We have strategic partnerships in the Delaware Financial Freedom Series to celebrate the 250-year anniversary, right? So we have a whole week of programming scheduled for that. And you see others, including Treasury Talks Live. And I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight in September, we're actively working right now and in talks with the mayor's office with respect to that homebuyer program, right? So it's got $20 million associated with the home ownership and program. We talked about that. We want to partner with the mayor's office around using our financial education, working with our partners that you'll see on the next slide to bring that type of literacy to the table and preparedness so that folks can actually go into those homes and be ready, right? Yeah. So partnership at its finest, both internal and external. The next slide just shows those partners that we're currently working with right now.
Okay.
Okay. And then yes, ma'am. We can question 8.
Okay, yeah, well, that was good. Very good information to share, the different partners and some of these upcoming events that you're going to have. So, question number 8 is to please share the plan used for $40,000 budgeted for community services. It's almost like you kind of just talked about all of this, but anyway. Yeah. Let's go with the format here. So please specify if any reports have been submitted to council as per city code and specify the return on investment.
Yes, so the return on investment you see by working with our partners, that's again community outreach. Mm-hmm. And so that's one of our key pillars is community outreach. Just to be very clear, I'll point towards the second bullet point first. We don't consider ourselves like a grant-making agency. We don't make grants to these institutions bottom lines. In other words, we're not funding their operations, if you will, right? And so we use our community services line item very specifically and strategically to support institutional level ad hoc events. So I'm talking sponsorships around cultural, social, educational, enrichment opportunities. We've been doing that now really since I've taken over office. We've moved away from that sponsoring individuals doing events, and we're focused on these cultural, social, and educational institutions that bring specific value to Wilmingtonians at large, right? And you see some of our partners over the years on the right-hand side. So we want to continue to do that work, and we understand that a lot of those ad hoc sponsorship requests, quite frankly, the dollar amount has increased on them somewhat, and we want to stand ready to meet the need of the community.
Did you want to say anything regarding these reports?
So we don't submit the reports, Chairwoman, because of course we don't submit any grants. Okay. So we don't make grants at all. So I'm sorry, that was my intention to answer the question in that way. Oh, okay. So we don't submit it per code because code requires if you're making a grant to the agency to their operating budget that you do so, but we don't do that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair enough. Okay, so we ready to move to question number 9?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So lastly, can you please provide your FY2027 proposed organizational chart with the total number of employees and outline any specific duties and include the org chart.
Yes, so you'll see that over the next 2 slides. You'll see the org chart. If we go, yep, you'll see our org chart there. Finally, I think the one thing I'd like to say here is that I'm just excited that we're finally at full staff. It has been a long time coming, and we have some very good people in place, some dedicated servants to public service. So we're excited to be at full staff and hit the ground running for fiscal year 2027. The next slide just articulates, as requested, the actual job duties and descriptions for every position. Okay. And that concludes my answers to those questions, Madam Chair.
Your presentation. Well, thank you very much, Treasurer Sims, for the thorough, detailed overview as it relates to the questions that we presented to your department. And so at this time, we're going to open up the floor to council members that have questions. If there's any council members, we have Council Member Spadola.
Thank you, Council Member Harley, and good evening, Treasurer Sims.
Good evening, sir.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
I certainly take your point that the entire budget for the Treasurer's offices, I think, was less than 0.5% of the operating budget for the city.
Yes, sir.
But of course, in our role as oversight, it is still our job to kind of, if we can shave off some pennies here with each department, it does add up to real dollars, as I'm sure you appreciate.
I do appreciate that. Yes, sir.
So I did just want to double back to the $85,000 vehicle.
Yes.
Can you expand on that? And, how come a $40,000 or $50,000 vehicle wouldn't do?
So the vehicle itself actually is the vehicle that's associated with the Office of the Treasurer. It was actually supposed to be granted to the office when I took office. Because of COVID-era supply chain logistics, it was not. And actually, I'm thankful to the good folks over at Public Works. They worked with me to secure an alternate loaner vehicle. I just decided to drive that vehicle, quite frankly. It's for the first term. This is just a right sizing back to the vehicle that was actually supposed to be assigned to the Office of the Treasurer. Secondarily, the vehicle as it stands now is approaching some of its early use life as part of standard fleet management. And that's with respect to miles as well as years of the vehicle in service.
Okay, understood. But I'm just curious, why couldn't you get a $50,000 vehicle? I'm in the market for a new car myself, so I'm
Sure.
vaguely familiar with what SUVs are going for.
Of course.
And $40,000, $50,000 can get you all the bells and whistles. Mm-hmm. So I'm just curious, how come we're at the $85,000 number?
Candidly, this is just a vehicle that the class and make and model a vehicle that's standard to go with this office. So that's the price that we saw. I didn't price it out myself.
Okay.
It was priced out by the folks in fleet management.
Okay, and if I could, one more
Follow-up?
real quick. So this is what would be in the budget, not necessarily what you would be spending on it. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other council members? All right.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Okay. We have our legislative assistant keeping track of who's on Zoom, Councilmember Cabrera. Okay? All right. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Thank you to you and the staff for all the work that you're doing on behalf of our citizens in the city.
Thank you.
So I wanted to start off with that. I wanted to see if you could give us an update on, I know you've done some wonderful initiatives to go above and beyond from your department. You were doing the Treasury talks. I know that I attended one of them, the event when you kicked it off.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
wondering how that is going with participation and how educating our own employees and beyond, because we know it extends to our families and to the public, how that is going in helping people with minding their monies a little bit better.
It's a great question, and thank you for the acknowledgement. And we were very grateful for your attendance and support of Treasury Talks at the outset. Thank you, Councilwoman Cabrera. I can tell you, on a personal note, I think it's going phenomenal, quite honestly. This is something brand new, and I get it, right? This is new to the city. This is new programming. But it's necessary programming, as I mentioned before. And in fact, what I'm hearing from our partners just to give you an idea, some of our partners are saying, man, we really wish more elected officials were moving in this manner, right? That more leadership was thinking about this idea of financial health and wellness in a more holistic way and actually advancing these initiatives. We're also hearing from some of our partners, which you saw listed on the screen, that they're having trouble actually reaching folks and connecting with people with their respective programming. And so really, we're positioning the Office of the Treasurer through Treasury Talks, through our financial wellness and education program as a conduit to help serve not just the community at large, but really a big focus on our employees and our pensioners and retirees. We're getting a lot of participation, as we showed, over 400 and almost 500, touch points. We're 9 events in and over 200 participants, right? And we continue to keep moving in that direction and engage the community at large as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you. Councilmember Willard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking over the materials and listening to your report.
Yes.
It's great to see that the management of the funds are in such good hands.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And, it's impressive to see the funds growing, and it's clear that you've assembled a really good group of managers, to manage the pension funds, which is really important for everybody who depends on them in retirement. So I just wanted to thank you and your team. It seems like you're doing an excellent job, and I just wanted to really thank you for your service.
I appreciate the comment. Thank you very much, Councilperson Willhauer. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve the city in this way. I look forward to it every day. And we have a great team of people here who are working internally, and we have great partners, and we just continue to try to build on that every day. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to just piggyback off of what Councilmember Willard just shared in terms of the efforts and the intentionality around your reductions and how your office is investing the city's money, our funds, the taxpayers' dollars, and even the innovation as it relates to these different programs that you're coming up with to serve the pensioners and the employees that work for the city of Wilmington. I think is very important to fully understand what's out there, what's new, and to help people to better invest their dollars. So I just had a comment. Everything was pretty clear to me, and if I have any other follow-up questions, I'll reach out to your office.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. So at this time,
Chair. I'm sorry.
Ms. Bassnight.
Yes, this is just more of a a comment. With question number 3, we know that like your department has some of the best cash management practices, and we realize that the tax stabilization reserve fund doesn't come under the auspices of the city treasurer.
Yes, ma'am.
But we do realize that there is cash in the tax stabilization fund.
Sure.
So the purpose of the question, and this here is just more of a statement, is just, perhaps there could be some like best practices when it comes to the tax stabilization fund that could be shared like with administration from a treasury perspective. So that was just the purpose of that. So I just wanted just to share that just for the record.
Indeed, I
Thanks.
appreciate that. I can tell you through our service, my service on WFAC, right? We have robust conversations, as you might imagine, about just the fiscal health of the city. We are fortunate, I must say, on the council, WFAC Council, to have former Secretary of Finance, State Secretary of Finance, Rick Geisenberger, and I have regular conversations with him as well about cash management practices and policies. We actually plan on working together in this coming fiscal year, and so I will make sure that I take note of your question and the purpose of it as well.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. All right. So at this time, I would like to first of all thank Mr. Jones, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, our Honorable City Treasurer, Mr. Sims, as well as the entire OMB team. And I just want to mention that if there are any follow-up questions or information that is needed, I ask that you please provide that to Ms. Bassnight. So again, thank you for your entire team. Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for hosting us.
You're welcome. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break just to switch out one department to our next department, which is our police department. So we will take a 5-minute break. Council members will take a 5-minute break, and we will be right back. Thank you.
Good evening.
Honorable members of council, Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade, Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Stephanie Mergler, our Financial Controller and Legislative Admin, Ajay English, Chief Campos, Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. I'm calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Police Department as we are just resuming from a short break. I am Finance Chair Michelle Harley, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. I would first like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Vice Chair Bracy.
Present.
Councilmember Oliver. Councilmember Darby. Councilmember Hackett. Councilmember Spadola.
Present.
President Congo.
Here.
I would also like to recognize any other council members present by doing a roll call. Councilmember Owens.
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Willard.
Present.
Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Field. And Councilmember McCoy. I would first like to inform everyone that...
Present.
Thank you.
Sorry, President.
First, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing and that we look forward for participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bass-Knight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints, and I ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be a fiscal, budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first, then other council members, followed by the public at the end of the presentation. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. Again, questions from the Finance Committee members will be acknowledged first. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Winkler, OMB Deputy Director, to provide first a financial overview of the Police Department and then followed by Chief Campos, as well as for a question and answer session with council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Winkler.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairwoman Harley, and good afternoon, council members. And thank you for inviting me to provide an overview of the FY 2027 Police Department budget. Can we get the next slide? All right, so the proposed FY 27 general fund budget is $69.4 million, which is up nearly $2.2 million or 3.2% compared to the FY 26 budget. Now, note that that's compared to the original FY 26 budget and doesn't include the changes that were part of the mid-year FY 26 amendment. Personal services, which account for 83% of the department's budget, are up nearly $1.6 million or 2.8%. Materials, supplies, and equipment are up $412,000 or 8.4% compared to the FY 26 budget. And total staffing in the general fund is 361 FTEs, and all fund staffing is 367 FTEs. Both of these are unchanged from FY 26. Total authorized strength for sworn officers is 305, which is also unchanged. All right, next slide. Okay, so let's take a look at the major funding changes for FY27, starting with personal services, which are budgeted to be up nearly $1.6 million. Now, this is inclusive of several position changes, which were implemented as part of the FY26 mid-year budget amendment. First, 2 positions were added, a victim service specialist at a total salaries and benefits cost of a bit over $112,000, and a communications and marketing coordinator at a cost of $151,000. There were also 2 deletions, a criminal records coordinator for a savings of $88,000 and an admin clerk 2 for a savings of $86,000. And finally, the existing police policy and communications director position was retitled to Police Department Chief Administrative Officer with no salary change. Now, exclusive of these changes, regular salaries are budgeted to increase a net $475,000, which is due mainly to estimated COLAs and step increases. There's also a net $1.7 million increase to employee benefits, exclusive of the state pension contribution. The largest change here is to hospitalization, which is up by $1 million, based on increased citywide medical costs. Additionally, the state pension costs are projected to increase by $721,000, which reflects both the 13.6% increase to the state police pension rate, as well as an expanded salary base due to new hires and contractual salary increases. In addition, the state pension contribution, which acts as an offset to city pension contribution requirements, is budgeted to decrease by $150,000. And then finally, attrition, which acts as an offset to personal services to account for vacancies, is budgeted to increase by $798,000 to a new total of $1.8 million. This new level better reflects actual vacancies for both sworn and civilian positions while still allowing for expected hiring. All right, next slide. Okay, so MS&E, which is up a net $412,000. Now, the single largest change for FY27 relates to the Axon body camera and taser contract, which totals $1.6 million. In net, this is up $1.1 million, or 86%, relative to FY26. Now, previously, the taser and body camera contracts had been budgeted separately, with the body cameras in contracted maintenance services and tasers in uniforms and related equipment. For FY27, both of these are budgeted in the contracted maintenance services line, where there's a $1.3 million increase. Now, offsetting that is a $200,000 reduction in uniforms and related equipment due to that move. Now, note that this is actually the second year of a 5-year contract with Axon, with costs expected to remain flat at that $1.6 million per year going forward. So partially offsetting these Axon increases are several decreases in consultants for a net savings of nearly $687,000. The largest reduction here is in the real-time crime center, as camera operations will now be brought in-house and will no longer be performed by consultants for a savings of $412,000. This is also an off year for the biennial promotional process for a savings of $275,000. And finally, $150,000 that was previously budgeted for the implementation of telestaff scheduling software has been eliminated, since the scheduling functions will now be handled by the city's existing UKG software. All of these increases were partially offset by a $150,000 increase for Partners in Care. Previously, this program had been partially grant funded. However, for FY27, this will be fully covered by the general fund. And finally, there are a number of smaller MS&E changes, including $155,000 for rental of office and training space, which is a $49,000 decrease relative to last year, a $28,000 increase for street mapping software, and a $24,000 increase for the asset management contract to support the public safety building. All right, so that concludes my presentation on the police department budget. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Chief Campos.
Good evening, Madam Chair, President Congo, council members, Deputy Chief Mergler, and Chief of Council Staff Simmons. And thank you all for the opportunity to be able to share a brief opening statement with you all.
Okay, I'll start with question number 1.
I had a couple more.
You have, okay, I don't have that in front of me.
I'm sorry. This is just a couple comments.
Sure.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we are proud to present our proposed budget for the Wilmington Police Department for fiscal year 2027. This budget reflects fiscal discipline and a balance of funding critical initiatives with being mindful of the city's financial outlook. I would like to take a few moments to share and reflect on our department's achievements over the past year. As we continue to move forward in reducing violent crime and pretty much overall crime, at the end of year 2025, we reported a 21% reduction in shooting incidents compared to 2024. And when you look at this reduction, this is a reduction that is over a 2-decade low in shooting incidents from years past. We also had a 4% reduction in overall major crimes, Part 1 crimes, as compared to 2025 or 2024, which, if you remember, in 2024, we ended the year with an 8% reduction. So we continue to see these reductions with our crime-proven strategies that we've had in place since 2017. As we continue to expand ways to support our residents as well, we continue to support our community engagement unit, who does wonderful work in the community, going out to community centers, community meetings, and listening to residents and listening to their concerns in real time so that they can go out and take care of those issues. So we do have 9 officers in each, one each in our police districts, for a total of 9 with 1 supervisor. We continue to attend and organize monthly community resource fairs, bringing together upwards of 45 social service, public health, and community support partners to extend resources to our residents. We also continue to lead weekly community outreach walks with our service providers, whether it's Westside Health, whether it's Henrietta Johnson, and others, to reach that population that we know we need to go to because they can't come to us. And then finally, our Partners in Care co-respondent program, which you all know pairs mental health clinicians with our police officers to respond together to calls for service involving mental health and substance abuse. And so far, since the implementation of this program, we've serviced over 800 individuals across the city of Wilmington. We're also currently in the process of accepting applications to support our youth through our Youth Public Safety Academy, through our great partnership with the fire department, and we're looking forward to having another successful summer with our children. We're also currently in the hiring process for the 106 Wilmington Police Academy to continue our efforts towards reaching that goal of our authorized strength. In closing, I would like to say that I could not be more proud of the work of our police officers, starting with these 2 ladies that are sitting beside me, and the great work that they put throughout the year, and also in getting this budget together to be able to present today. I'm also very proud of our professional civilian staff, as well as our support staff in our 911 communication centers, our victim services, and others throughout the department, that without them, our mission would be very difficult to achieve. So I want to thank them as well. Whether it relates to engaging with the community, making arrests in connection with some of our more serious crimes, and everything in between, our officers and our professional support staff work hard each and every day to make our city safer. So in the year to come, what we look forward to is continuing to implement our strategies to reduce crime, enhance public safety. We're looking forward to working with the new Office of Community Safety, the director, to continue providing the best police services that we can to our residents, continuing to leverage technology and equipment to support our investigations, continuing to engage with the public and support of our residents, continuing to go to those community meetings that are so vital to our strategies. I was at the Hedgeville Community Civic Association meeting last night, and it was just a wonderful feeling to be able to be there and listen to those concerns firsthand. It's just a wonderful partnership. But again, with all this said, there's a lot of work to be done, and we look forward to continuing to make this process or this work towards making Wilmington a safer Wilmington for all. So thank you all for indulging me in these few moments, and thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Chief. Thank you for that additional information. I think those metrics and the information that you shared was pretty key, and there were some pretty impressive highlights in terms of how we're driving down some of our incidents here in the city of Wilmington. So thank you for that extra information. And your staff and your team is doing a great job, especially as it relates to, as you have mentioned, Chief, showing up at the Civic Association meetings. Those officers in my community, the residents know them by name. They have a great relationship, and thank you for implementing the community engagement under your leadership. It's making a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to question number 1. So understanding the 5-year revenue and expenditure projections, can you please show, well, let me start all over. Understanding the 5-year revenue and expenditure projections show expenditures for outpacing revenue for FY27 to FY30 and FY27 general funds proposed budget uses 25.7 million of the tax stabilization fund. Can you please share how this budget aligns with closing any of your department's budget gaps and specify any cost savings, reductions, and if this budget provides adequate resources, and to specify any high-level major additions?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Our department is consistently working to balance operational expenses and investments in technology and equipment with the need to be fiscally prudent, as you mentioned. We rely heavily on grant funding to support major initiatives like anti-violence overtime to be able to place additional police officers on an overtime basis through state grant funding. So we're always going to these meetings and making sure that Wilmington gets their share of their pot to be able to put those officers out there on that funding. And we have taken steps to reduce budget increases by leveraging grant funding or making adjustments to various programs to save costs. And one of the things, and one of the biggest example in this budget is the elimination of a contract with a company for camera monitoring. Now that's very important. It's important to us as well. But when we started looking at the cost benefits for it, it just wasn't paying off for us. So we eliminated that contract with a savings of $412,000, and moving forward, I think it was going to be up to $425 or somewhere around in that area. We figured that with our real-time crime center personnel, our police officers that we have assigned to that unit, as well as our crime analysts, our civilian support staff in that unit, and then our officers who are in our crime gun intelligence center, being now embedded in that camera room as well. And our light duty officers who are unable to be on the street for various reasons that I won't get into. But with those officers and that civilian support staff, we believe, and I believe strongly, that we're going to be more efficient, we're going to be more effective, and we're also going to be saving the cost of close to $500,000. And to answer the rest of the questions, there are no major high-level additions in this year's budget. However, the existing Axon Taser and body camera contract that we mentioned earlier increased by $1.1 million, up 86%, as Rob alluded to. We don't have a choice in this. This is mandated by the state. It's a contract that we don't have any room to negotiate. We have to go with Axon, just like every other police department in the state.
Okay. All right. We're going to move to question number 2. The Delaware Prescription Opioid Settlement Distribution Commission has opened the 2026 grant cycle. Can you please share if there are any plans to leverage programs such as Partners in Care, Community Engagement Unit, Community Policing, and specify funding that was allocated in CY 2025 and projected for 2026?
Yes, Madam Chair. The opioid settlement distribution monies and funds, that's an initiative that is being spearheaded by the mayor's office. We'll work closely with the mayor's office and also the Office of Community Safety, the new director. And then we're also exploring to leverage funds to support a second case manager for the WPD Partners in Care program. Right now we have 2 mental health clinicians, and we have 1 case manager who I promised him when this was initiated as a pilot program that I would seek to find funding to get him some additional assistance for another case manager. It's a lot of work for one person. He's been doing a wonderful job, and I commend him for it, but being able to put a second case manager to assist him in his efforts will go a long way towards even making this program even more successful.
Okay, we're going to move on to question number 3. Considering the City Council initiated the Community Public Safety Initiative in fiscal year 2023, can you please share any funding allocated within your proposed budget to support partnerships or resources that can advance public safety so that officers are efficiently utilized? And please specify if any impact to overtime or any other resources.
Yeah, this program is administered and funded again through the mayor's office budget. WPD has collaborated with CPSI program leadership since the establishment of the program. Similar to how CPSI deploys its resources, we continue as well to rely on data in our ComStat methodology to help deploy our police officers to the areas that we know are being affected mostly by violent crime. Our police presence at these locations, or additional police presence, is a great way for the prevention in the beginning to have these incidents even occur or take place.
Okay, all right, we're going to move on to question number 4. So with a budget of $72 million, which $60 million pertains to staffing, healthcare, and pension costs, can you please share if this is adequate funding for resources to address some budget priorities that are aligned with council, such as the following? And you can respond to letters A through D. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. So letter A, we continue to leverage city budget funding and grant funding to support our overtime initiatives, our investigations, as well as increasing police presence in some of these areas that I mentioned are affected by crime and violence. Letter B, at this time, we believe our program covers the days and times with the highest needs. For hours when the team is not working, we have crisis intervention, team-trained oriented officers in every platoon, and a referral process for our partners in care in place. And what that means is when we did our study for our Partners in Care program, we found that other departments throughout the nation didn't, when they provided their advice, they didn't see a big spike or a big need over the night hours, like from midnight to like 7 a.m. And we haven't seen that here as well. But we do have officers in place who are crisis intervention trained. Some are even have the veteran intervention as well to cover those gaps when the Partners in Care program is not working. We also continue to assign a police officer to the Hicks Anderson Community Center, who does a wonderful job, and Dr. Phillips loves him. She tells me all the time not to take him away. We also have a police officer at the Police Athletic League, who also is loved, but not only by the staff, but also by the kids as well. And they have also told me not to remove him, and I have no plans to. But we also have school resource officers in many of our schools throughout the city, and we support Parks and Rec throughout the year in their efforts to provide resources and safe space for our youth. I just, not too long ago, worked with Dr. Phillips on an initiative that she had to make sure that we had police coverage, and that's something that will continue, that partnership. And that letter D, at all times, we also maintain a fully staffed, like I mentioned, community engagement unit with police officers assigned to each patrol district in our city. This continues to provide exceptional service and outreach to our neighborhoods, and I wish I could expand it because I've been asked by many members of council, but also by our community residents. And as we continue to move towards this authorized strength, I'm very optimistic that we can.
Awesome. Okay, so we're going to move on to question number 5. Considering HB 67 that passed in June 2025 regarding the removal of motor vehicles from private or public property by private tow companies, can you share from an enforcement perspective if any impact with your budgeted resources while realizing the finance department manages the towing agreement?
Yes, Delaware House Bill 67 does not impact the department or its budgeted resources. The department utilizes an approved towing company, which is managed through the City of Wilmington Finance Department.
Okay. All right, number 6, can you please discuss the plan change for the real-time control center for the camera operations to now be done in-house versus contracting the service out? And you can respond to letters A through D. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Letter A, the department evaluated the operational, financial, and organizational impacts of continuing the outsourced camera monitoring contract with OPS Security Group versus transitioning monitoring the responsibilities to our internal personnel including light-duty officers, as I mentioned earlier, and our real-time crime center personnel. The cost was $412,000 for fiscal year 26. Fiscal year 27, the projected cost was going to be $425,000. So as we looked at this, this is basically a 3 to 5% increase each year, which represents a significant recurrent expenditure with limited measurable return. And what I mean by that, when we did an analysis through our computer-aided dispatch, it reviewed and shows that only 25 documented complaints since 2021 where our staff in that camera monitor working group had notified the department that there was something going on. This was, when you start breaking it down, this is about a 70% cost for each call of service, which we know that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Output is far below what is expected from a citywide camera monitoring operation. And then we thought that utilizing existing personnel who are familiar with departmental policies, radio procedures, and response expectations eliminates the annual cost of this $425,000. But let me add to that a little bit as well. I know it doesn't seem like a lot of cost, 25. This is from that group themselves. Our investigators are constantly in those camera rooms also looking at these cameras and building up their investigations with that technology as well.
Okay.
And then right now, there are currently 100 operational cameras citywide. In the downtown area, we have 28 cameras. In Sector 1, which is our sector north of the Brandywine River, all the way up to the city line and all the way over to the river and then over to Miller Road. We have 17 cameras in that area. In Sector 2, which is the east side, in Southbridge, which is everything east of Market Street and up to the river and down to the riverfront area as well. We have 27 cameras. And then Sector 3, which is everything west of I-95, is 28 cameras in Sector 3. So that's the answer for letter B. Letter C, the camera monitoring operation, again, will be staffed using a blended model that incorporates the real-time crime center analysts, light-duty officers, and available patrol personnel to ensure consistent and informed coverage. Two operators will be assigned to each shift, providing daily monitoring from 800 hours or 8 a.m. to midnight. And then letter D, requests to add cameras to the city systems are handled by the camera working group, and requests can be submitted to the mayor's office. Privately owned cameras cannot be directly linked to a secure system at this time, but residents and business owners are welcome to share footage with our police department to support investigations with a member of our technical resource unit, which manages this process.
Thank you. Can you please, question number 7, can you please list a vacant position, the length of the vacancy, and justify if there is a need for the vacancy? And you can answer letters A through C.
Yes, Madam Chair. The first one, there are currently 20 vacant support staff civilian positions in the police department. We have one position that's vacant, the communications supervisor. We have 3 vacant positions in the emergency communication specialist, and then we have 1 position for emergency call operator. We have 1 teleserve position that's open, and we have 1 position open for the bilingual victim services specialist, and we have 13 positions that are open for our crossing guards. And then when we get down to the second question, WPD continues to utilize traditional recruitment methods, including attendance at career fairs, community resource events, and other venues to provide opportunities for recruitment, outreach. The department also leverages billboards, advertising, social media, and online platforms, in addition to utilizing personal and professional networks to support recruitment efforts. We will continue to explore every angle, elicit every networking opportunity that we can, and continue the department's push to return to full authorized strength with the resources available, keeping in mind that a lot of these recruitment events do cost money, so we try to attend as many that are that don't require any funds to be able to attend. While the department successfully graduated 6 academy classes in just under 5 years, demonstrating a strong commitment of recruitment and academy staff, the most recent class further reflects our commitment and the department's commitment to diversity, with 12 of the 19 recruits in the last class identifying as minority. WPD continues to promote a culture of pride and professionalism that supports officer retention and morale while maintaining an accelerated pace of recruitment and training to achieve authorized staffing levels. And then letter C, the department's recruitment strategy for the crossing guards is the same. We focus on increasing community awareness and engagement through the use of social media platforms to distribute recruitment materials. We talk about them at community meetings, and these efforts both support broad outreach and direct interaction with prospective candidates, helping to attract individuals interested in serving in a community-based role.
Thank you. Question number 8. Can you please discuss any proposed changes to positions? Let's see. New, deleted, upgraded, realigned, transition, downgraded, title, or salary changes, and you can answer letters A and B.
Yes, Madam Chair. So fiscal year 2026 budget was amended to eliminate 2 vacant positions to improve the organizational and budgetary efficiency, with funding reallocated to support 2 new positions and a title change. The criminal records coordinator and the administrative clerk, 2 positions, both of those individuals left the department, one through retirement and one through another opportunity. And what we saw in those positions were, those were positions that were created at a time when all the information was mostly data-driven with manually, and now we've gone more to a digital age where those positions became pretty much obsolete. So what we did was the new positions that we were in most need of was a new victim services specialist in our criminal investigation division to support our victims of crime, whether it's violent crime, whether it's domestic violence, or whatever it may be, to help those folks in that most urgent position that we need. So we also added a communications and marketing coordinator to be added to the chief's office. Again, with that said, the reality of policing has changed, and I talked about this last night. Policing in 2026 is not what policing was in 1996, right? There's a lot of digital age, there's a lot of social media that we have to keep up with. Sometimes information is put out there into our communities before we have even a chance to investigate something, and that can be good, but it also can be very detrimental to our communities. When information is put out there that's bad information or misinformation, or however you want to say it, it can cause fear in our communities. And some of this information is not vetted, it's not true, it's just people trying to put things together themselves. So our marketing coordinator is going to be working straight out of my office to also help out with everything that I do administratively. Right now, Dr. Karras has taken on that added role because we don't have one in our position. We don't have an executive assistant. But this communications and marketing coordinator is going to be able to help with this new age of digital and social media space that we're all living in. Again, the title change for the police policy and communications director has changed to the chief administrative officer, because that individual, who's Dr. David Karras, does a wonderful job. He supports me in our daily efforts, as you all know. And he does much more than just policy and communication. He does a lot of the administrative work as well throughout the department, and he's very vital in that position, and we love him for it. So then letter B, the projected increase in attrition for fiscal year 2027, estimated at approximately 17 FTEs. It's not attributed to any specific trigger, but it is intended to better align with historical vacancy trends. No operational impact is expected as the budget maintains adequate funding to support the anticipated academy class moving forward.
Okay, all right. Question number 9, can you please discuss the department's authorized strength proposed at 305 officers? And it's quite a few letters here, Chief. Letters A through F, if you could please respond to all of those letters. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. The fiscal year 27 authorized strength has not changed. It remains at 305 sworn officers. The actual strength is 281. We're currently 24 sworn personnel vacancies at the moment, and which is why we have an academy process in place that is scheduled to begin in July. The current operational strength is 263. 3 individuals are on military deployment. 15 are on modified duty personnel, which includes officers injured, officers out on FMLA, officers out on administrative duty, and officers out on PFMLA as well. Question 9 continued. There are currently six school resource officers at the moment. We have one at Howard High School on a 10-month contract. We have one at PS DuPont Middle School on a 10-month contract, one at Douglas on a 10-month contract, and one at the Community Education Building who's on a 12-month contract. We also have one at the Maurice Pritchett Senior Academy on a 12-month contract, and one at Byard Middle School on a 12-month contract. Contracts follow the fiscal year, July through June 30th, at the rate of $120,000, $771 a year for a 12-month program, and $100,643 for a 10-month program. This contract cost is calculated based upon an average patrol officer salary with benefits. And if you recall, this is something that we looked into last year's budget to be able to increase, because I think we were way behind what the cost was actually, and this is more in line with where we should be.
Okay.
And then continuing with question 9, the graph is up. I don't know if you want me to go through this whole graph or just...
No, I think we're good. If anyone have any questions, they have it in front of them, and they can ask questions later, if any. We can go to letter E.
Yes. At the moment, in fiscal year 2027, will be 88 sworn officers eligible for retirement. That's about a third of our police department. Any resources and any funding related to the city's homelessness initiatives are led and coordinated by the mayor's office. The Partners in Care and community engagement units, however, are regularly visiting Christina Park, and not just Christina Park, but also throughout the city and down the riverfront and throughout our 95 corridor, out west, up north, and anywhere where we find encampments and we find individuals who are unhoused, who need assistance, who need resources. We try to coordinate that effort and try to get them some assistance the best way possible if they will accept it.
Chief, I think it would be a good idea if you could share the total number under the demographics for males and females. Let's just go back to that.
So the demographics for the department, when it comes to males, we have a 48.4% white male officers. We have 23.13 black males, and Hispanic males are about 8.9%. When it comes, and then we have other officers who identify as other means, and there's 5 for 1.7%. In that group. And then when you look at females, white females, we have a 5.34%. White females, black females are 7.4%. Hispanic females are 4.63%. And other is 1, it's about a 0.36%, or 0.036%.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to question number 10. Can you please discuss any plans for a police academy in FY 2027 and the budgetary costs per account category?
Yes, so the department is currently in the hiring process for the 106 Academy, which is scheduled to begin in July of 2026 with an anticipated graduation date of sometime in mid-December. And the total budgeted cost for the Academy for expenses detailed by individual categories in the chart or next slide below. And it's a total Academy cost for about 15 recruits comes up to about $254,770. And that's the, from test booklets to recruitment materials, to paying for overtime for officers to staff the academy, ammunition, uniforms, psychological testing, background investigations. That it's all accumulated to about $254,770.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to question number 11. Can you please discuss the planned use of $3.40 million budgeted in the overtime account categories and share the mechanism in place to control overtime?
Yes, well, our executive team meets with our fiscal unit, which is pretty much these two young ladies next to me. We meet monthly to go over the budget, to go over all funds throughout the department, throughout every division, and make sure that we look for anything that is any red flags, anything that's showing us that there's something that we need to take a longer look at. So we do that monthly. And then we also hold our commanding officers responsible and accountable for monitoring that situation in their own divisions as well and justifying overtime use. Why are you using overtime? Is it because you have vacancies? Is it because you have a shortage of officers who may be on vacation or may be out on FMLA or other means? So we want to make sure that we pay attention to that as closely as possible. But this also includes monitoring our use of our anti-violence overtime funding, so that we can utilize that as best possible and be as effective as possible with that funding. And evaluation of that effectiveness of these assignments is vital and crucial to be able to address crime trends as well. And additionally, I'd like to add is that one of the things that we do every summer, as you know, every summer you have more officers on vacation, more officers with a lot of things going on. We have a lot of events in our summertime during our warmer months. So one of the things we implemented a few years ago when I took office was that during the months of June or through the months of May 15th, usually beginning next month, through early September, we take our investigators and our non-uniform officers who work in some of our support roles like HR, human resources, our office of professional standards, our criminal investigation detectives, our drug officers as well. They have to work 2 weeks in the summertime in a uniform capacity during the peak hours of our day, which is in the evenings into the early evening hours of the day. Has been very effective, putting out that many officers every evening during the weekends, which is primarily the time that they're mostly needed, has been instrumental as well in helping us reduce violent crime. Right, we're putting these officers in positions and in situations where we know we're having issues, and just the presence alone can deter a lot of activity from happening. And these officers are not on overtime; they're being paid their regular salary.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to question number 12. Can you please share if this budget provides adequate funding and resources for training, professional growth, and development for your team? And please specify if any funding for trauma-informed policing training is available.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, the department has received adequate funding to support all of our training and professional development programming. This includes training around trauma-informed approaches to policing, cultural diversity training, implicit bias training, law enforcement legitimacy training, de-escalation, and more. And we continue to far exceed training that is required under the post-state regulations as well as through our accreditation standards. And again, a lot of this funding is augmented as well by funding that we receive through the state for training for our police officers.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move right on to question number 13. Can you please discuss the planned use of the $2.67 million budgeted in the Real-Time Crime Center Division and contracted maintenance services, which is up $1.3 million over the prior year's budget?
Yes, the Real-Time Crime Center budget reflects a 3 to 5% increase in contracted maintenance services consistent with contractual obligations to be able to continue to leverage our technology and the different programs that we use to continue to reduce violent crime. ShotSpotter, again, is one of those invaluable tools that supports every investigation into shots fired incidents and shooting incidents as well. This tool alerts police officers to the precise location of gunfire before 911 calls are even received. It enables police officers to respond quickly, to gather critical evidence, and in some cases apprehend suspects before they can even leave the scene. And when it says, I believe it says that what percentage of shooting incidents has it benefited, I would say it benefits every shooting incident, every shots fired incident, because we're receiving that information and we're responding before we even get that 911 call. And in some cases, we don't receive a 911 call. And if it wasn't for ShotSpotter, we wouldn't know of these incidents happening because we don't receive that call. So I would say it's close to 100%, if not 100%, that it benefits our efforts in combating gun crime in our city. And then letter B, I would say every sworn police officer is issued a body-worn camera.
Okay. All right, thank you. We're going to move on to 14. Can you please discuss the planned use of $366,000 budgeted in consultants in the Public Safety Director Division, which is up $150,000? And
Yeah.
A and B.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Fiscal year 2027 budget reflects a 5% contractual increase with Christiana Care to support the Partners in Care Unit Partnership, which is no longer supported by grant funding. With that said, we continue to try to leverage funding through the Criminal Justice Council. I believe these ladies can correct me if I'm wrong. We just received an additional $62,000 of funding through the Criminal Justice Council, so I want to thank them as well. And the director for approaching us with that additional funding that was available. And through our meeting that I had with them, we were able to obtain that funding. So we continue to look for funding to try to augment and supplement this critical program. So the program is structured to cover the days and times with the highest need, as I mentioned. For any incidents that occur outside of those hours, again, we have crisis intervention trained officers on every platoon. I think we're up to close to 100 police officers in our uniformed services that are trained in crisis intervention, which is an additional 40-hour training class that they attend, and that's on every platoon. We also have a robust referral process to connect individuals with Partners in Care at a later time if necessary. And what I mean by that is that when officers are responding to calls for service, if they see something inside of a home or as they're talking to the residents or as they're talking to victims and they see a need, they make that referral and they provide that information. And they also reach out to our Partners in Care case manager, Kwanzaa Timmons, who does a great job. Again, I can't speak enough about him and the clinicians and the officers assigned to that unit to be able to follow up with those families. And the great thing about that program is that they don't just follow up one time. He keeps a database of, and it's his only, because we're not allowed to actually see it as police officers because of laws. But he keeps that, and he makes sure that he follows up with these individuals and these individual families to make sure that they're, if they need any additional assistance, or are they seeing their clinician to make sure that if they need transportation or anything else that's met. Again, the clinical service for youth and families has handled following cases. In 2024, the youth response unit assisted 247 children and their families and attended 56 outreach and community events. And then in 2025, the youth response unit assisted 308 children and families and attended 83 outreach and community events.
Awesome. A lot of work going on. All right, question number 15, and then our last question is 16, just two more questions to go. So question 15, can you please provide an update on all authorized and received grant funds for FY25 and FY26 year-to-date and specify the available grant funds?
Yes, Madam Chair. As you can see, you can start with the Fund to Combat Violent Crime. For fiscal year '26, we received $378,566.08. That balance is down to $114,394. The Drug Enforcement Investigations overtime for fiscal year '24, we received $33,595. The balance is roughly over $13,000. Again, fiscal year '25 and '26 for the Drug Enforcement Investigation overtime. Grant funding for '25, it was $33,706.08. Currently, there's $5,209 in that balance. In the Drug Enforcement Investigation for fiscal year '26, we received $32,696.96. Well, that balance is now at $2,899.56. Fiscal year '24 for Sally Advanced Training, this is state funding. $62,121.24 is what we received, and the balance is $888.79. Fiscal year '25 Sally Advanced Training, grant funding that we received was $61,839.12. That balance now is $9,521.35. Fiscal year '26 Sally Advanced Training, grant funding, we received $59,244.16. That balance is $56,744.16. And I just want to pause for a second, just say that Sally provides our officers advanced training, whether it's advanced training in our criminal investigations division, whether it's advanced training in our traffic division with fatalities, which we know it's all a unique expertise and requires a lot of training as well. It's advanced training for our Office of Professional Standards to go to advanced training to how to do internal police investigations. So it augments the training that we do in the police academy and throughout the year. But this funding allows us to send our police officers to advanced training outside, sometimes even outside of the state, because it's not a training that's provided here.
Okay.
Fiscal year '26, we receive Mountain Lights, $58,000. The balance is $21,836.24. The Crime Gun Intelligence Center integration for fiscal year '22 was the grant funding that we received. That was for $686,433. That balance is down to $282,680. And again, this Crime Gun Intelligence Center grant funding was a grant that we received through the Bureau of Justice Administration to support our real-time crime center and to get our Crime Gun Intelligence Center up and running, which is one of the best in the country in supporting our response to violent crime. They came in and did a study about a year and a half ago, and they only had 4 recommendations, which they advised me it's kind of unheard of, because from the beginning of how we respond to a major incident, to the follow-up, to the processing, to the everything that we do throughout the process is top-notch. And I credit that unit as well for some of the crime initiatives and some of the crime reductions that we've had recently. So when we come down to the anti-violence initiative for fiscal year '23, this is a burnt grant for our cold case investigator. We received $237,482. That balance is down to $23,573.81. Fiscal year '24, we received a burnt grant for anti-violence initiative for a cold case investigator, cold case investigations. That was for $194,348. That is at $194,348. That's the balance. Again, I just want to give kudos to our cold case unit. Everywhere I go, people speak so highly of them. I think just last year alone, they were able to clear 15 cold cases, and they continue to go back and review cases and submit DNA with the new technology that's available to different labs, and some of this money is used for that as well. It's very expensive to follow up with DNA testing and all the other testing that we have to do when it comes to these cases, and they've been very successful. The HIDA grant, ATA Bedfords, we received $125,050. That's down to $100,251. ARPA, state local fiscal recovery funds for victim services, they received $853,168 to support our victim services unit. That balance is down to $113,168. Again, just want to stop and say kudos to our victim services support staff that do a phenomenal job helping our victims that occur violent crime throughout the city. They do a phenomenal job. And then fiscal year 23, Bulletproof Vest Program, we received $35,349.75. That balance is down to $1,895.75. And then fiscal year 24, a Bulletproof Vest Program, we received $35,115.89. And that balance is down to $8,337. And the vest program is that bulletproof vests have an expiration date. Most bulletproof vests have a 5-year expiration date, and after that, they become basically ineffective. And we want to make sure we keep our police officers safe. And this grant funding allows us to provide a bulletproof vest for all our police officers that's up to date and helps keep them safe.
Awesome. Thank you so much for reading all of this information. Clearly, the question is, the amount of the grant and the balance. Now, are these balances, are you able to carry them over, or do they have to be expended by a certain deadline?
Yeah, some of them do carry deadlines. I think most of them do, right?
Yeah.
Most of them?
Yeah, usually the grants are 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years. Yeah, 3 years. So they do have an
Okay.
expiration date. But we make sure we spend it.
Okay.
Yeah, we make sure,
All right.
especially grant funding from the state.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that, Chief. Okay, we are wrapping up our last question, which is question number 16. Can you please provide your FY 2027 proposed organizational chart with the total number of employees, permanent, temporary contract vacancies, and outline any duties, or if there are multiple divisions, and include the organizational chart? You can speak to all of it at one time, Chief.
Yes, okay, I will go through it, but we have 305 authorized strength. We currently have 281 police officers. Obviously, myself as the chief, 2 majors, 7 captains, 11 lieutenants, 38 sergeants, 246 police officers at the current moment. And then our civilian personnel, we have 87. Currently, 1 administration, 2 in our human resource division, 1 in our uniform service division, 32 in our special operations, which is the crossing guards, 10 in our support services. Our criminal investigation division had 1, and victim services has 4, communications has 33, and our real-time crime center has 3 crime analysts.
Okay. All right, well, that brings us to the end of your presentation, your thorough presentation. And thank you very much for providing the answers to all the questions that City Council have put out to your department. Very thorough. So at this time, Chief, we're going to open up the floor for Q&A from the council members and from the public. So at this time, any questions from the council members? Councilmember Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at one question around the officers. I don't know if it got past me. So I've been in between meetings. I would like to know the strategy with officers, for community officers walking in the community. Has that been addressed?
Yes, so now that the warmer months are out here, we're going to utilize our trikes, we're going to utilize our bicycles, we're going to utilize not just our regular bicycles, but our electric bicycles as well, and then foot patrols as well. And again, we're going to utilize our investigative officers in uniform during the warmer months to be out and show a bigger police presence.
Follow up?
Yes.
I know in the northeast area, they have been requesting for, I don't know, what's the name of the big light that it was broke? And I was, what is the proper name for
The
that?
traffic light?
Is it the
Traffic
big,
light, the big
that you
traffic
sit on
light,
the
yeah.
corner?
Mhm.
Do we have a new one? I think somebody said you do.
Yeah, we do have one.
Is it, I mean, do you have to call to ask for it to be placed out there, or is it based on the crime, or how does that work? Because it's been all these shootings in the Northeast area, and I'm receiving the calls that they've been requesting or calling, and nobody has brought it out, but I don't know who they're talking to. As far as their communication, I don't know, I want to say Gordon, hoping that the light could be placed over there in the Northeast area, because it's been about 4 or 5 shootings, and it's not even summertime.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, again, it has to be requested only because I've experienced when you put a big bright light out in the middle of a block or on a corner, some folks want it and some folks don't, and because they said it lights up their bedroom and they can't sleep. So it's one of them things that it has to be something that the community wants, and if they want it, there's no problem putting it there. We don't do it just arbitrarily, only because we get that feedback from other residents as well, that like, you're lighting up my bedroom and I can't sleep. So it has to be requested. What hours does the community want it? Because it also makes a whole lot of noise because it's gas generated, and folks get upset when that thing is running after midnight.
Follow up?
Yes.
I'm just going to speak on the lights. They can't sleep because it's a lot of shootings in the area, so I'm sure they would prefer the lights opposed to the gun violence. And it's the same area, Carter Street, and I'm just hoping that we can, get some officers to walk around. I know we just had a meeting about the dogs. They said the dogs were just chasing somebody, and I'm wondering if the officers are following up on our conversations, or we just having conversations just to be having them. Because yesterday, the dogs was just chasing a lady, and they called the officers. Nothing happened to her, but these are the same dogs we talked about a couple of weeks ago, and they've been calling the police station. So I'm just hoping we're not having these conversations just to be having them, and nobody's doing anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Ms. Bass Knight?
Yes, I apologize, but Councilwoman McCoy had to step out, and she just had 2 questions. One question is pertaining to question number 13 regarding the real-time crime center. Wanted to know if there can be clarification on whether or not the increase in contracted maintenance services within the real-time crime center budget includes the maintenance and replacement of the city's camera system, or is that funding separate? And if it is separate, where is that reflected in the budget?
It's what? It's in the same line. I'm being advised it's in the same line, ma'am.
Okay. And her second question is, where is in the budget is the actual investment in prevention and community-based solutions, not just policing and overtime?
Madam Chair, could they repeat the last answer? Because she texted me the same thing. I didn't hear the answer. I know.
Well, let
When she finished. Okay, I didn't hear. She texted me the same thing. I'm sorry.
did you finish, Ms. Bass Knight? You want to repeat your question? Second question.
The second question she had is, where in the budget is the actual investment in prevention and community-based solutions, not just policing and overtime?
I'm sorry, Ms. Bass Knight, what question was that?
Where in this budget is the actual investment in prevention and community-based solutions, not just policing and overtime? That's just a general question that she asked.
Okay.
Yeah, and I believe that's the Office of Community Safety, Public Safety.
Yes, I would also argue that the Partners in Care program does focus a lot on prevention, and as well as the community engagement unit that does, attend all of our community meetings and can help proactively address the things that are brought up in those meetings. But as far as the kind of coming up with an overall strategic plan for preventing violence throughout the city, especially gun violence, that will be the responsibility of the new Director of Community Safety. So we will, as soon as that person is hired, we will absolutely have them sit down with Councilwoman McCoy and any other council member who would like to meet with them so that they can discuss coming up with that kind of preventive plan.
Follow up.
Yeah, and just one more, and this is just for Ms. Merkler, is for question number 2 regarding the opioid settlement. So we know that the application cycle is open, and I believe there's funding specifically that's going to be dedicated to Wilmington. Has the administration given any thought as far as what those funds could possibly be utilized for?
So as the chief mentioned, we are definitely looking at expanding partners in care through a new case manager. But we're still exploring other options as well. So I'll have Deputy Chief of Staff Walker reach out to council with the plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, hold on. Councilmember Owens, so are you okay with the questions being sent to Ms. Bass Knight, Councilmember Oliver? She asked the chief
Yeah,
both
that's fine.
questions. You okay?
I just wanted to follow up with Stephanie if it's possible.
Okay. Well, let me go to Councilmember
Go ahead, I
Owens.
could wait.
Okay. Councilmember Owens.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I just want to say thank you to the chief for the work that y'all did in this past year in bringing down the crime throughout the city of Wilmington. I also want to give a special shout out to my community police officers, Gordon and Banks, and the 2 who are resource officers in my district, Officer Jordan and Officer Roundtree. My question to you is, what is the financial impact of this new policy that the city has implemented when it comes to events in the city of Wilmington? I think after the Eden Park shooting, now it's required that if you have an event over a certain size, you have to have an officer there. Is that, I know that they're paying for the officer. Do they pay for the full amount, full salary for whatever that hour breakdown may be? And I guess the second part of that question is, if those officers are doing overtime, are they paying for that overtime rate as well too, or just the regular salary base?
Yeah, for the events, any outside event for the new policy, when they hire a police officer for those events, they go through a company that we use. It's called Extra Duty Solutions. Extra Duty Solutions takes care of invoicing the vendor directly at the set overtime rate for that particular job. So it doesn't have any impact to any city funding. Those monies are paid directly by the organization or the company or the business that's requesting those police officers on an extra duty job pay.
Just follow up.
Yes.
The vendor that we use for that, is that a year-to-year contract, or has been a long-term?
We don't pay anything for that vendor. What they do is they attach I believe it's a 5 to 7% fee to the business who's requiring the officers to pay for the administration of the program, of their application.
And then can I ask a question to the
Yes.
Deputy Chief? Real quick, for the nonprofits that are already struggling right now, if they're doing an event, I know I got a call, actually, as I came into this meeting from the Roberto Clemente League. Is there any way that we can work with the nonprofits who are trying to do programming for youth to keep them out of, the streets and committing crimes, but they may not have the funding to pay that full amount? Is there anything? I know it's.
This has also come up within the mayor's office, especially from the Roberto Clemente League. We understand that it is a financial burden. We do get that. However, given our financial position this year, I mean, if you offer it to one organization, you end up having to offer it to everybody, and then the costs go up significantly. And then at that point, we're just paying for police overtime. We do still think it is a very important policy because one incident at one, sporting event is enough. But I think we should continue to have the conversation. Obviously that's not the final word on anything, but at this point, I don't think that we'll be able to offer the assistance.
Okay. Any other, Councilmember Oliver?
Yes, I'd like two things. I would just want to make a statement on with Councilmember Member On stated, because we do have some youth that's been going through that over Price's Park, and it seems like this administration so far has been penalizing different organizations for one person bad behavior because they have never had an incident over to that park. And I don't see why they are being penalized to pay this money for one incident that occurred at Price at over Eden Park that hadn't occurred in like maybe 10 years. Not saying it's right, but to penalize all these youth organizations who are trying to do the right things, as Council Member On said, and to penalize it, because I was just over there when they had their last event, and they have a nice event over there, and everybody's enjoying themselves. So I don't think it's fair for them organizations who are trying. I'm not going to repeat, to keep the kids, the youth out of trouble, and we just penalize them. I wanted to make that, but I wanted to have a follow-up, Madam Chair, to Stephanie. I'm talking about number 2 question, what Ms. Bass Knight mentioned about the opioid settlement. I know we use a lot of that money down to the Christina Park, but I think we should be utilizing some of that money in communities such as the West Side, 19801, 19805, 19802, where a lot of individuals are seeing Maryland Avenue, where you're seeing individuals who land around. You have organizations who have their 501 who are working with the state, such as Wolfie and other organizations, should be receiving some of this funding. And again, I think we're this administration is focused on, a particular group of people, and I just think it's unfair that we are spending opioid money, and I think we should spend some of it down there, but I don't think we need to be just focused down there because I'm rode on the west side. You see people laying around, especially on the east side, walking all around the school this morning, North Market Street, walking around. And it's organizations that I think we need to be offering some of this money to and put people out on the streets opposed to focus in one area. That's what I have to say.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Willard.
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the police department. Thank you, Chief Campos and your team for everything you do to keep our city safe. I think that public safety is one of those city services that is the most appreciated by city residents. I know they appreciate the work that you do, and I know that they depend on the city for this really important public service. And the 5th District has been really impacted by gun violence in the last 6 months, last 6 months, including, young people. So I know you're working on that. I've had a chance to work with members of your team on that. And my comment is just that I hope and I trust that that'll continue to be one of your highest priorities over the coming year. And I'm looking forward to working with the residents and working with you on just keeping our communities safe and improving safety in the 5th District.
Thank you, Councilman.
Chief, is there a regular community meeting in the 5th District on the east side of 95 that you're aware of?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes, if you can.
Yes.
Yeah, we do have some.
And what can you share
Was
with
it one last night?
I'm asking him that, excuse me, this is for the chief.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can you just repeat the question?
Are there any regular routine meetings like in some of the other districts? And I'm asking this question so that the community will know where these meetings are. That's my reason for asking. Do you have officers that go to a regular community meeting on the east side of 95 other than Hicks Community Center?
Yes, and what I will add to that is that some are more active than others.
Mm-hmm.
There's some community meetings, civic association organizations that meet once a month. Some meet every other month. some meet quarterly, and then some meet every 6 months. So there's some that are more active than others. I go back to my time as the captain of the West Side, when I was going to about 13 different community meetings a month. Some were more active, again, and some met every 6 months. And then throughout the city, others are more active than others, and some have dissolved. And I know that our community engagement officers have worked with some communities to try to lift these community meetings back up, these civic associations, to support them. And they've been successful, and they have not been successful with participation in some of them. So what we do, we attend as many as we're invited to, and as many of our people haven't.
Yeah, the reason why I asked that question, I'm getting to you, Councilwoman. The reason why I asked that question is because there have been a number of residents. Part of the 5th District used to be in the 4th District. So when the Adams Street situation took place, I got a number of calls in terms of, what's going on. People wanted to get some information about, their safety. So there used to be a meeting on 8th and Monroe at the Dickerson Center. And so I was just curious to know if anyone is meeting in that area, because it's closest to that Adams Street incident that took place. There used to be a monthly meeting at 8th and Monroe for the residents in that particular area to attend. So I was just curious to know if you were aware, and I don't want to put you on the spot, because as you said, if your officers are invited, they attend. So I was just curious to know.
Yeah, what I'm aware of for the 8th of Monroe is that there have been efforts to, get that meeting going again, but I'm not sure where we're at with it.
Efforts by who?
By Councilwoman as well.
Okay, and all right, Councilmember Willard?
Well, this conversation might be better had offline instead of in a budget hearing, but Councilwoman Harley, I'm happy to talk to you at any time about bringing back, and we've talked about organizing that civic association at the Dickerson Center. But I wanted to make sure for any of our listeners that there are 2 currently active civic associations in West Center City. There is the West Center City Neighborhood Association, which meets at Hicks Anderson Community Center, and also by Zoom. And their meetings are not as regular, but, anybody can reach out to me. I can make sure you know about how to get in touch with them. And then there is also the Quaker Hill Civic Association, which meets on the 2nd Tuesday of every month. And then as Chief Campos was saying, we are, working on having meetings at that Dickerson Street Center. And, I would just encourage anybody who wants to get involved to reach out to me directly.
Okay, yeah, I know about Quaker Hill, but more so like in the West Center City area. And so I will definitely reach out to you, Councilmember Willard, because I'm still getting calls. But because we were talking about community engagement, officers going to civic association meetings, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything, because I'm still getting calls from people that think that that area is still in the 4th District. So that's why I wanted to bring it up now, Councilmember Willard, just so you know.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Oliver?
No, I didn't get a chance to make a statement to thank the chief and his staff, because he's always he answers my calls. It's hard for me to get in touch with the individual who covers the 3rd District. I don't think Stoddard answers the phone maybe once a month. I'm going to put it on the record. But the chief does answer the phone. Bowers answered the phone. Captain Akil answered the phone. And most of the majority of the officers that I work with, I have to give credit where credit's due. They really do a good job in the 3rd District, which is a very difficult area to deal with because it's busy in so many different ways. But I want to give thanks to the chief for picking up the phone even when he's on vacation sometime. I know I get on his nerves, but I just like to thank you for all the outstanding work that y'all really do. I really appreciate y'all, because I support the police. I don't want to call boo-boo. I want to call the police, because that's who knows how to do their job. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilman.
I have Councilmember Cabrera on the line and then Councilmember Owens.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging me, Madam Chair, Chief, and to everyone there with the police department. Again, want to express my thank you for the outstanding job that you are doing. I know that times are tough. We're still having challenges in our neighborhoods, but you're responding, you're listening, and that's important, most important, those relationships. So my question is very simple. With the community engagement unit, and my apologies if this was already brought up, are you planning to bring on more officers than what you already have there? I know that yesterday we were in communication about a situation with the vacant properties, with the squatters. The person was a little upset because it took the police 2 hours to get there. But, you know, if it's not deemed a high alert emergency, that's what's going to happen. And you did suggest having those relationships with the community engagement unit. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that program and any thoughts about expanding it.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Cabrera. My first priority is trying to get to full strength, my authorized strength, to 305. I can't do anything else with moving officers to other units if I can't fill my patrol division fully staffed. Those officers are working day and night, answering calls for service, sometimes 30, 35 calls per day, which is not the average. And that's my goal. When you start looking at 24 vacancies and then you have another 13 that are not available for duty, you're down at about 261 officers of an authorized strength of 305. So to be able to move officers to other units, as I mentioned earlier, I would love to build on my community engagement unit because they are very successful and they do a great job. But I also have to keep in mind that my first priority as police chief is to keep this city safe, and I have to have a fully staffed patrol division that can respond to 911 calls for service, because those are the emergency calls that we have to respond to in real time. So yes, I would love to expand on that unit and other units as well. But my first priority is to get to authorized strength to be able to have as many police officers that I can in our patrol division to be able to answer those 311 or 911 calls for service.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I follow up with another question, please?
Yes.
Chief, thank you for your answer, and I understand the challenges. And even in spite of all of that, we still see that the numbers have gone down. I know that it's hard when people have issues in their own neighborhood. They want it done. They want it done right away. They don't understand levels of priority when there are calls out there. You got to get the high-level calls first, and we will do our best as council members to share that with our constituents. Because all in all, you know, I myself am very pleased with the results from the police department, and my colleagues at the same time feel the same way. You're being very responsive. You're an excellent chief to work with. My other question is, I know we had been in conversations before and the money got moved around, but are you still considering adding a new drone as a first responder and using that technology to go along with the expanded technologies that you're now using, the license plate readers and our shot spotters? Is there any? I'm sorry, apologize, didn't look at the budget to see if there was anything in the budget for a drone, or is that something that's on hold for now on updating our drone division?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. That's an excellent question. What we're doing on technology is we're trying to explore grant funding, not only through our congressional staffers for the state, but also through the state and other organizations. Technology, as I always say, and I've been saying to anyone who wants to listen, is that that is the future of policing, right? As we see the difficulties in trying to recruit people to this profession, we have to be able to fill those gaps, and that gap is best filled through technology at the moment. License plate readers, surveillance cameras, and other technology that's available, and others that are coming, you know, they've been very instrumental in helping us put some of these violence offenders in prison, quite frankly, where they belong. These investigations are being helped because now technology is showing someone shooting someone or showing someone committing a robbery or showing someone leaving a scene of a burglary or that kind of investigations. But yes, we are exploring drone as a first responder program. I talked to my good friend in Camden Police Department who's done a tremendous job up there as well, and they have a very robust drone as a first responder program who has been very instrumental in helping him reduce violent crime in Camden. So that is something that we're always exploring. We'll continue to explore. But again, it's very expensive. And again, it's something that once we do obtain the funding, it's something that from talking to other chiefs throughout the country, it's best to implement those programs with conversations with city council, with conversations with the administration, with conversations with our residents so they understand what drones are. And they understand that they're not going to be used to spy on folks. They're not going to be used in a way that's it's violating someone's civil rights. And that's best accomplished through my conversations that I've had with other chiefs that have implemented as chief. Before you implement any of that type of technology, such as drone, to make sure that you have conversations with your residents, you have conversations with your city council and your administration so that they can help formulate the policy on how it's going to be executed and implemented.
Thank you. Well, looking forward to working with you on that. So maybe not this budget year, but the next one we could have some funding available from drones. And again, look at the policies and the things to safeguard so that our community understands that it's not spying, but it is another tool for policing that really does help keep the bad guys where they belong and to keep the community safe. So thank you again to you and your department, the outstanding work that you're doing. We're out here, we're watching, and we appreciate the relationships that we have, the positive relationships. So again, from the bottom of my heart, muchas gracias.
Thank you. We do have someone from the public that has been waiting, so I am going to allow them to speak at this time. Izzy Boleto. Izzy Boleto. Is Boleto?
He's the only one on there.
I can't hear you, sir. Can you speak into the microphone or your? I can't hear you. I'm going to come back to you, sir. Councilmember Owens and then Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Brother Is was on to talk about the Roberto Clemente League. Chief, I just had a quick question, and I kind of asked this of some of the other departments as well, too. With the $3.4 million that you have budgeted in overtime altogether across the department, that means people are working more. Last year, I think you had something in here about the mental health services, burnout prevention, and the funding going towards that. Is that still a priority of the department to make sure if our city employees are working more hours, more wear and tear on their bodies and stuff like that, we're also trying to be preventative in preventing them from burning out and stuff like that?
Yes, thank you, Councilman. I guess about a year and a half ago, we put out the Officer Health and Wellness Program, and we have 6 officers who do a tremendous job. And Officer Banks is kind of spearheads that program, and it's on a voluntary basis. So she makes sure she looks out for different things throughout the country that other departments are doing to support the police officers, and not just police officers, but also our civilian staff. Every police officer and civilian staff in our department has access to an app that's paid for through this budget, where they can have access to someone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In case they leave a shift and they encountered a difficult day on the job, right? They encountered a bad traffic accident or shooting incident or an overdose or whatever it may be, a child death. to be able to reach someone on that application who is a mental health expert or a mental health clinician that can offer that advice and that support without having to go necessarily through the department's employee assistance program. They're available to them. It's on their phone. It's free for the officers, and it's something that's very important to me as well. We have also other programs available for officers who are experiencing difficulties. But yes, it's very important to support our officers. And the overtime that some of these officers are working, it's voluntary. It's not something that I'm forcing them to work overtime. A lot of it has to do with special events. They'll volunteer for a parade or a festival like the Jazz Festival or the other events that we have throughout the city, the Grand Prix that's coming up. Those are all voluntary assignments that they sign up for. So, and we manage that. We don't allow any officer to work over a certain amount of hours in a day to make sure that they maintain that level of fitness and readiness for their shift as they're coming on. That's something that we monitor.
Thank you for that, Chief. And again, I just want to say thank you, especially the work that y'all did last year, and also give a special shout out to my sector captain, Captain Akil.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to ask Mr. Isboleto, are you available? Okay, Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did just want to echo the concerns that were spoken about by Councilman Owens and Councilwoman Oliver about the police officers at every sporting event and other events in the parks. It just, I've been reached out to by a number of community organizations that want to do things. They want to do things for the community. They want to add activities and for the community and vitality to the city, and it's just impossible to, add. It's just a cost that can make or break an event, and I feel like it's in all of our, it's part of all of our goal to make sure these kind of things are possible. So I just hope the administration can work to resolve this issue, so we don't end up, kind of really squashing a lot of neighborhood activities because we're trying to solve for something that might not be an issue at every event.
Thank you. Mr. is back on the line. Mr. Isboleto?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you for coming back, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, I've never done this before online, but the reason why I wanted to voice out my opinion, and this is about the budgeting and also about the policing and the requirements that the city is requesting now that all sports leagues, especially in the inner city, to have requested, And we here at the Roberto Clemente League, just in case, I am Isbayeto, the vice president of the Roberto Clemente League. This year, obviously, this is something new to us. But we did, the math, and it came out to $30,000 alone for us to have our season to pay for policing, to have it on the league, which prices us out. Anybody knows that our league serves, especially our underserved community, our Black and brown children, our inner city. We do everything possible to serve. We've been around for 40 years, and we do everything in our to make sure we also maintain the fields, do our part to make this accessible, because we also know the fact that this curbs the violence. It keeps our children off the streets. We have close to 300 children, and this is something that I think that the city should really take in consideration, because honestly, we don't even know if our league can survive, just paying the fees to pay for the policing. We do enough. We have to pay for the umpires, like I said, as well, and to maintain, for all the children. But this is just something that I think the city really, really needs to reevaluate. And we don't understand, why does the league have to pay for it too as well? If it is a city park, it is in the city, be a city responsibility as well. We're doing our part, because another thing that everybody in Roberto Clemente League are volunteers. Every single one of us, every coach, everybody who serves on the teams And I just really strongly feel that if, you guys could please take in consideration how this is going to affect not just our league, but other inner cities that are also trying to create a positive, impact on the community. And that is my piece.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir. Before we,
Please, I just,
okay, go ahead, Councilmember Oliver.
thank you, Madam Chair. Last question to the chief. Could you explain how much overtime you have spent on officers in Christina Park? I just received a text.
I don't have that available right now, ma'am. I can get it to you.
But we have spent money on overtime at Christina Park.
Again, I can get that to you and make sure, I don't have the answer for you. I don't want to just speculate.
So that means yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right. So, Chief, I would like to thank you and your team for being here on tonight. And before we close out, I wanted to say that I appreciate all the work that you're doing with your entire team, especially in the 4th District in Southbridge. My council colleague, I know that we both share the east side, so we definitely need to continue the conversation in terms of how we can improve some of these areas and address some of the concerns that were heard on the floor tonight, especially from the gentleman that just called in. So I'm hoping that we can, as I said, continue the conversation to see how we can possibly strike a win-win, because it really is all about the community. And I know that you have a heart to do your best, and I know sometimes it's not always easy to try to come up with these solutions in itself, because there is always a budgetary price tag associated with some of these things. So I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation. So at this time, I want to thank you and your WPD team, Mr. Winkler, our OMB Deputy Director, for presenting this evening. And I want to put out there, if there's any follow-up information, we're asking that you provide it to Ms. Bass Knight. And so at this time, we are going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. And when we return, our last budget hearing meeting is the fire department, and that meeting will be chaired by our Vice Chair, Letitia Bracy. And again, thank you very much, you and your team, for coming out and presenting. And thank you to the public for sharing.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, council members.
You're welcome.
Good evening, honorable members of council, Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade, Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Stephanie Mergler, Financial Controller, Legislative Administrative Assistant Ajay English, Chief Looney, Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. I am calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Fire Department, as we are just resuming from a 10-minute break. I am Vice Chair of Finance, Letitia Bracey, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. Okay, there's an echo. I first would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee. Chair Harley.
Present.
Councilwoman Oliver. Councilwoman Darby.
Present.
Councilman Hackett. Councilman Spadola. President Congo.
Here.
Also, I'd like to recognize any other council members present. Councilman Owens.
Present.
Councilwoman Cabrera.
Present.
Councilwoman Willauer. Present. Councilman Johnson. Councilman Field. Councilwoman McCoy. I'd like to inform everyone that public comment will be asked at the end of the budget hearing. We look forward to any participation from our public. All budget questions should be of a fiscal budgetary manner only and will be limited based on time limitations. For my colleagues, I'd ask that we start with the Finance Committee first, and then any other members of that are present that have questions. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. Again, like I said, questions from Finance Committee first. I now turn it over to Mr. Winkler, Deputy OMB Director, to provide a financial overview of the fire department. Then we're going to follow up with Chief Looney and his team. And then we will have a question and answer session with the council. Mr. Winkler?
Good evening, Vice Chair Bracey, and good evening, members of council. And thank you for inviting me to provide an overview of the FY27 Fire Department budget. All right, could we get the first slide? Okay, so the proposed FY27 Fire Department General Fund budget is $40.8 million, which is up $4.7 million, or 13% compared to the FY26 budget. Personal services, which account for more than 83% of the department's budget, are nearly $34.1 million, which is up $4.7 million, or 16%. Conversely, material supplies and equipment is down $155,000, or 7% compared to FY26. Total staffing is 203 FTEs, which is up 12 from FY26. And total authorized strength is 198, which is again up 12. All right, next slide. All right, so let's take a look at the major funding changes for FY27, starting with the largest change for this year, which is the addition of 12 firefighter EMT positions. So due to the combined effects of bringing EMS in-house, along with the reduction in firefighter work hours, due to the transition to a 24 hours on, 72 hours off schedule, existing staffing has proved insufficient to maintain the required minimum manning without significant reliance on overtime. What this has done is placed unsustainable burdens on existing employees and resulted in FY26 overtime that's trending to $2.8 million, which is about $1.3 million over budget. Consequently, for FY27, the fire department has requested an additional 12 firefighter EMT positions at a net cost of just over $200,000. So adding these positions includes the following costs. First, an additional $970,000 in salaries and benefits, which is net of expected attrition. Second, MS&E of a little over $200,000 for hiring, training, and protective equipment. $92,000 in increased workers' compensation costs. And finally, the avoidance of nearly $1.1 million in overtime costs, which the city would otherwise have incurred had the additional positions not been added. All right, next slide. All right, so exclusive of the new positions, regular salaries are budgeted to increase by a net $827,000, or 5.3%, which is driven mainly by the cost of steps and COLAs. In addition, total overtime is budgeted to increase by nearly $2.1 million, which is up $568,000 relative to the FY26 budget. This reflects the overtime utilization that's been seen in FY26, plus the effects of salary increases per the 1590 contract, and is net of the expected savings for the 12 new positions. Now, note that relative to the current FY26 overtime projection, this is actually a 25% reduction in total OT costs. Now, excluding the new positions, total employee benefits are up a net $514,000. There are really two drivers to this, which the first is the largest at $456,000, which is to the state fire pension. That's up due mainly to a 13.6% increase in the pension rate. And second, there's a $90,000 reduction to healthcare, which reflects lower than budgeted health insurance costs for recent hires. And finally, there's a $1.5 million increase to the state pension contribution pass-through. Now, this increase is offset by an equivalent increase in state pension contribution revenue, so there's no net effect to the city's deficit or fund balance. All right, next slide. All right, so on to MS&E, which again is exclusive of the costs associated with the new positions. In total, it's down a net $359,000. The single largest change for FY27 is a $391,000 net decrease to wearing apparel and safety supplies. This reduction is mainly driven by the elimination of one-time FY26 purchases for turnout gear for a savings of $342,000. There's also a $140,000 reduction for EMS startup personnel protective equipment, with $125,000 of that moved to the medical supplies line. Now, partially offsetting those decreases, the budget includes an additional $50,000 for recruit protective equipment and $40,000 for replacement SCBA bottles. Other notable increases in the budget are to the consultants line, which is down a net $144,000. This is mainly due to savings of nearly $165,000, as FY27 is an off year for the biennial promotional process. This is partially offset by an increase of $20,000 for the annual firefighter health program. There are also several lines with net increases, starting with the collection expenses EMS fees. For FY27, these are budgeted at $371,000, which is up a net $81,000 relative to FY26. This includes increases for Specklin, the city's EMS billing contractor, along with an additional $53,000 to provide third-party assistance to the civilian EMS manager. And finally, the medical supplies line is up over $174,000. Of this, $125,000 was previously budgeted in wearing apparel and safety supplies. The remainder of the increase is split between a $25,000 increase for additional EMS supplies, plus $23,000 for stretcher and stair chair maintenance. All right, so that concludes my presentation on the fire department. Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chief Looney. It's all yours.
Okay. Good evening, Vice Chair, President Congo, and all members of council. Thank you for this opportunity to present our budget for the Wilmington Fire Department. Before I get started, I must make sure that I thank Deputy Chief Gordon Davis, Deputy Chief Andre Cooper, Battalion Chief Carl Ziffel, and our Fiscal Administrator, Andrea Lewis, for all the work that they've done to put this budget together. And first and foremost, I must thank all the men and women of the Wilmington Fire Department for their day-to-day commitment to providing an unwavering, high-level service to our citizens. So, thank you. I know the mission statement somehow or another was missed on the PowerPoint. I have it in front of me. I'm just going to go through that real quick and then move on to our vision. The mission of the Wilmington Fire Department is committed to providing the highest level of public safety service to the city of Wilmington through fire suppression, technical rescue, emergency medical services, fire prevention, code enforcement, and public education. Our mission will be accomplished through our core values: professionalism, innovation, integrity, dedication, tradition, and stewardship. The vision of our department, the Wilmington Fire Department's vision, is to continue providing the citizens of the city of Wilmington with the highest level of life safety emergency services and property preservation. This will be accomplished through intense training, public education, prompt responses, and compassionate emergency care. Next slide, please. Performance measures. Quality assurance of all fire reports and inspections for accuracy, content completion, and submission in a timely manner. Officer development program, continued fire officer certifications, continuous proficiency training, provide an EMS service that meets and exceeds both the state and national standards, contain fires to the room of origin 90% of occurrence. Risk reduction for the citizens of Wilmington by continuing various public education programs, fire drills, installation of free smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, and completing building inspections and pre-plans. Next slide, please. Identifying our top priorities. Secure funding to continue the renovations to all city fire stations. Replace fire apparatus according to the recommended replacement cycle. Continue free smoke and carbon monoxide alarm programs for all citizens. Increase public education programs to include community events that target children and senior citizens, and maintain our authorized strength of 198 uniform positions. Next slide, please. Question 1. Understanding the 5-year revenue and expenditure projections shows expenditures far outpacing revenues for FY27 to FY30. In FY27, general fund proposed budget uses $25.7 million of tax stabilization fund. Please share how this budget aligns with closing any potential budget gaps. A, specify any cost savings or reductions, and if this budget provides adequate resources to meet the departmental needs. B, specify any high-level major additions. The increase of authorized strength by 12 firefighter EMTs will offset the use of overtime by increasing daily shift strength, which is expected to reduce mandatory overtime by approximately $1.1 million. Next slide, please.
And I can summarize the question for you, so you don't have to read the whole thing. For question 2, now that the fire department has taken full responsibility for EMS, share how the department is developing a sustainable long-term plan for EMS operations, and then you can just go through A through G.
Okay, thank you. No positions were added as part of the mid-year FY26 budget amendment, which incorporated changes from the recent CBA collective bargaining agreement that was approved. The increase of authorized strength by 12 firefighters will offset the use of overtime by increasing daily shift strength, which is expected to reduce mandatory overtime by approximately $1.1 million. Revenue collections for EMS services are on target to be a sustainable source for long-term operation. EMS collection fees are based on a percentage of revenue generated. The department hired an additional 30 firefighters in FY26. Next answer, yes, we are adding new equipment for the new positions, and we have 1 replacement ambulance that will be coming in the near future. We're currently adding additional computers and radios. The department has also implemented a medical supply inventory system for the accountability of all of our medical supplies.
All right, so question number 3. We're going to discuss how the work schedule change for firefighters and EMTs from 24 hours on, 48 hours off to 24 hours on and 72 hours off has impacted your budget. And then you can specify You can discuss any of the overtime, impact on sick leave, the mechanism in place to control overtime and sick leave, abuse, and then anything that's in place for meeting minimum manning requirements for all fire apparatus.
Yes, ma'am. Answer A, the increase is related to the additional daily personnel that's required to staff ambulances and our suppression apparatus. Answer B, we anticipate a further reduction in unplanned sick leave with the 24/72 shift. Answer C, we can reduce overtime by maintaining our authorized strength. Sick leave policy is mandated through our collective bargaining agreement. And answer D, the mechanisms in place are maintaining authorized strength and implementing impact days to offset overtime.
All right, thank you. Question 4, discuss any plans for station inspections, condition assessments, and/or the replacement of protective gear.
Yes, ma'am. First answer, the department conducts annual station inspections for condition assessments. During building renovations, we incorporated all required and reasonable accommodations for all personnel. The NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, mandates that protective equipment has a lifespan of 10 years max. We include funds in the budget. Last answer, the department has requested capital improvement funding for the renovations of 2 stations, Station 2 and Station 6.
All right, thank you. And does this budget provide adequate funding for diversity, recruitment, retention, training, and/or accreditation?
Yes, ma'am. The proposed budget adequately funds for our ability to address diversity, recruitment, and retention and training. The proposed budget does not include funds for accreditation.
Thank you. And are there any plans for a fire academy? And if so, share the costs.
Yes, ma'am. In FY27, we plan on hiring 20. In FY27, we plan on hiring 12 new positions in the beginning of July. We anticipate a class in the spring of FY27 for 15 positions, which includes attrition. The approximate cost for 27 recruits, protective equipment equates to $309,000, stationware $54,508. The training that goes along with the for the recruits, $86,373, and the hiring process, the written test, and all the other elements that go along with that, $4,100, with a grand total of $453,996.95.
Wow, thank you. All right, question 7. Discuss any impact to your budget as it relates to House Bill 171, which permits high school students to receive elective credit for completing community service in a local fire department.
Yes, ma'am. First answer, House Bill 171 was intended to attract firefighters to volunteer companies. The Wilmington Fire Department does not have any volunteer positions. The department is unaware of any students who have contacted the department regarding volunteer programs. However, the department has allocated $10,000 to the Explorer program in the budget. And currently, we have approximately 10 former Explorers who have come on to be firefighter EMTs with the Wilmington Fire Department. And we currently have 12 Explorers currently in our program for this year.
Nice. Okay. Question 8. Discuss the line item in your budget relating to consultants.
Yes, ma'am. Question 8 answer. First bullet, $53,750 is for cardiokinetics, and that's adding in the recruit class plus any other additional firefighters. Also, there's $15,000 for our fire engineering training platform and our continuing education for our emergency medical technician certifications. There's also $120,000 that's requested for our plans examiner who works, who's a third-party vendor who works for, does the plans review in our fire marshal's office.
Thank you. And then question 9 is discussing any vacant positions, and if there's any time frame for filling those positions.
Yes, ma'am. Currently, we have 11 vacancies that will be filled on April 27th. Our 45th Recruit Academy will begin on Monday, April 27th, with their human resources onboarding.
Awesome. All right, can you discuss your authorized strength?
Yes, ma'am. FY27 authorized strength will be 198. FY26, the current strength is 180 or 175, but we're authorized at 186. Currently, we have 33 firefighters that are eligible for retirement.
Okay, thank you. All right, demographics. I guess this is your demographics breakdown.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I think the question also may have included, we have 169 male firefighters, and we have 9 female firefighters. As we go into the racial breakdown, we currently have 120 white firefighters. We have 37 black or African-American firefighters, 15 Hispanic, 3 with 2 or more racial backgrounds, and 1 Asian and 1 unspecified. The age group breakdown, 25 to 34, we have 51, 35 to 44 of age, 51, 45 to 54 of age, 35, and 55 to 64, 16.
Okay. All right. Question 11, discuss any remaining FY 2026 grant and aid funds, and if you anticipate anything for FY 27.
Yes, ma'am. The amount of funds remaining in grant and aid currently is $1.1 million. We do not currently know how much our grant and aid will be for FY27. Obviously, we will be receiving that within the next month or so, probably 2 months, but we do not have a calculated amount. Those funds in grant and aid will be used for expansion of our training facility on Hay Road at a cost of $500,000. Dedicated funds for EMS supplies at $50,000. We currently have an apparatus to be delivered, hopefully beginning of 2027, to offset the price. We are also using $350,000 from our grant and aid to complete that purchase. We're also station exhaust, the exhaust removal system. We're at a point right now where we have some significant repairs, and that's going to come to $100,000 to make those repairs. And then we have dedicated funds for our marine unit at $26,000.
All right. Question 12, what is the $141,000 that's budgeted in your registration account used for?
Yes, ma'am. The registration account is used for all new recruit training, schooling, EMT recertifications, and tuition reimbursement, college tuition reimbursement.
All right, thanks. And then the next question is, how does your proposed budget provide necessary funds for the fire marshal's office, specifically carbon monoxide detectors, fire alarms, and any fees for service? You can just go ahead and discuss that.
Yes, ma'am. Both smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors are provided to the department by a partnership with American Red Cross and WPVI Channel 6 ABC Save a Life program. Our fees were increased in FY24 with no plans to increase in FY27.
Okay. And then let's see. What is the total annual cost of EMS operations within the fire department, and what percentage of those costs are currently covered by billing revenue?
Yes, ma'am. Inclusive of 12 new firefighter EMTs, FY27 costs are expected to be approximately $5.4 million. Per Specklin, that's our medical billing, that's our third-party emergency medical billing company, our EMS revenues are projected to be $5.3 million this year.
Okay. And what's the current, actually, this was my question. What's the city's current collection rate on EMS building, and how does that compare to the industry benchmarks?
Yes, ma'am. The city averages approximately $350 per transport. Some of the other local fire departments in our area, the Minquadale Fire Department is per transport is $340. The city of Newcastle is $311, and 5 Points, which would be the Richardson Park area right outside the city, is $315. The city averages 2,000 runs per month. But an average of 1,400 of those runs are billable per month because there's a transportation involved. So that's 14,000 transports to medical facilities. We collect approximately 90.7% of billable runs. The industry standard is 90%.
That's good. All right, question 3. What steps are being taken to ensure for full reimbursement from Medicaid, Medicare, and any private insurance?
Yes, ma'am. The department regularly conducts quality assurance on EMS reports to ensure we maximize our collection of fees. We also have a third-party auditor that ensures compliance with insurance, with the insurance, Medicaid, and Medicare, and that is our, as we mentioned earlier, our medical compliance services contractor. And patient care reports are completed within 24 hours, and that's a state mandate.
All right. Are there any barriers, administrative, regulatory, or operational, that are limiting our ability to maximize EMS revenue?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, EMS is only reimbursed when a patient is transported, even if that transport is not medically necessary. The next answer, federal legislation is proposed right now, H.R. 2538 and S. 3145, the CARE Act of 2025, which would allow Medicare to reimburse EMS agencies for treatment in place, meaning we can treat patients on scene when appropriate without being forced to transport to the emergency department just to receive reimbursement. And last answer, we cannot bill for calls for service that do not require medical transport.
Wow. Question 5, has the city explored or applied for any state or federal funding opportunities to support our EMS program?
The department is actively researching avenues for additional funding. We just recently received a one-time payment of $50,000 in state grant and aid bill this year specifically for our EMS.
Okay, question 6. What investments are needed to ensure EMS services are both effective and financially sustainable long-term?
Yes, ma'am. Additional 12 firefighter EMTs for staffing, additional portable radios, and additional various other equipment that's associated with the EMS service, along with additional computers for our firefighter EMTs for report writing and et cetera.
All right. And the last question for EMS, how does the administration plan to address any gaps between EMS revenue and actual operating costs?
Any gap between EMS revenues and expenditures will be covered using other general fund revenues.
All right, thank you. And then I think your last slide is just your organizational chart,
Yes, ma'am.
and you can discuss how you guys are broken down.
I'll give a brief overview of the organizational chart. We have, obviously, myself as the chief, and then I have support staff that is, under me, administrative assistant, who handles our day-to-day operations as it pertains to, the daily records. We have an executive assistant to the chief of fire. This person manages our computer-aided dispatch programs, our fire reporting platforms, along with our EMS, emergency medical services, report writing platforms. We have two divisions. We have the Fire Prevention Division, which is led by Deputy Chief Andre Cooper, and he has an administrative assistant that does all the permit processing, payment processing, and the day-to-day operations, to keep everything nice and fluid in the Fire Prevention Division. Under Deputy Chief Cooper, he has an FMO captain, Fire Marshal's Office captain, who's the office manager. And then we have, underneath him, we have an FMO, Fire Marshal's Office lieutenant, who's the supervisor of fire investigation. And then there's also 3 inspectors who do code enforcement, fire investigation, building inspections, along with our public education specialist who is all over the city doing a remarkable job with many, many programs for the young children and our elderly population throughout the city. And then we come into our other division, which is Suppression Division, otherwise known as our Operation Division. That's led by Deputy Chief Gordon Davis. He also has a battalion chief of our safety and training that reports to him. Our Special Operations Battalion Chief of EMS reports to him. And then the city is divided into 2 districts. There's Fire District 1 and there's Fire District 2. Fire District 1 is north of 9th Street, and there's a battalion chief that's assigned to District 1, and under the command we have 3 engines and 1 ladder that are assigned to District 1. And then as we go to District 2, there's also battalion chiefs. Actually, District 1 and District 2, because we're a 4-platoon, A platoon, B platoon, C platoon, and D platoon department, there's a respective battalion for each platoon. So in District 2, we have 3 engines and 1 ladder. As we move over under our battalion chief of special operations in EMS, he has a direct report of our civilian EMS manager. And then that battalion chief of EMS also has the 5 ambulance that he manages, the 5 basic life support units.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Before we get ready to turn it over to council members for any questions, I just want to say thank you to you and your entire team for all of the work that you do to serve our city, and also for the hard work that you guys put in to really get this EMS program up and running. I know when we first started talking about it, because last year, the year before, it was kind of an emergency situation where we really had to address it to see how you and your team took it on and really have served our city well. I just want to say thank you to all of you. I did have one question before I go to Councilman Owens. I noticed that your authorized strength went down. Oh, actually went up.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because you're preparing for those that are retiring, that you need to have more, or are you just trying to, because it looks like it's going up from 186 to 198. Is that just in preparation?
That's due to the 12 additional,
Oh, okay,
the
got
12
it.
additional firefighter EMTs.
Okay, all right. That's,
Yeah, we don't, that's,
that makes sense.
because we don't know the retirements. I mean, we know that we have 33 that are eligible,
But
but
you're
no,
not
that's
sure
for
when.
the,
But that's for the EMTs. Okay,
ma'am.
got it. That's what, I forgot about those. Okay. Councilman Owens?
Yes, Madam Chair. First off, I just want to say thank you to the chief and to the entire fire department for their continuous work in protecting the citizens at some of their lowest points, whether it's EMS services or fire suppression services. As you know, y'all are very close to my heart as a former fire explorer. I do have a question, and this is a question I think everyone in the mayor's office has heard me ask this question about Station 4 coverage with EMS. and having an ambulance there. I know I have noticed an uptick in Tallyville and Braden 100s having to come and answer calls in my area of north side of Wilmington. Is there any plans in this budget to make sure that we have adequate funding so that we have an ambulance that is stationed at that station and can help with some of the relief from the other stations? I know you said y'all average about 2,000 calls per month, which is, it's a lot. That's 400 calls per station, averages out to about 20-something calls per day. Adding another ambulance in rotation will help relieve some of that stress as well, too. Is there any plans?
And Councilman, that is a good question. In this budget, there is no plan to add an additional or an ambulance. We're adding on the 12 firefighter EMTs. When we transitioned from our 24/48 shift, that model was built on 30 firefighter EMTs. And then through contract negotiations and, advocating for the shift change, we went to the 24/72, and, we didn't have, all the personnel that was required, I guess you could say, or we could, we had. But I must say, keeping in mind, I know Station 4 does not have an ambulance there, but there's two pieces of apparatus, our engine, our ladder. All of our men and women are nationally certified emergency medical technicians, and the way we have our response plan built in, depending on the severity and the priority of that medical run, we automatically, just say in your district, as you're asking, we have an engine or a ladder that's going there. And with the, seeing our mutual aid partners coming into your district, there's certain times of the day and night that we, get very busy, obviously, and those mutual aid partners are sometimes all over the city. But I do believe future, yes, but presently not at this time. We're bringing on these additional firefighters to kind of, stabilize each platoon, with additional firefighters. So we can alleviate some of this mandatory overtime.
Thank you for that. And again, I understand that, just looking at your budget and seeing where overtime is right now, the wear and tear, especially if it's like a mandatory overtime, what that can have on the firefighters in their body. I think for me, I've also been very vocal about the need for probably more than 12 additional firefighters, especially with the possibility of 33 retiring. This is just me personally. I think one of our best investments is making sure that we could deliver services no matter what. And our Wilmington firefighters are going to continue to do that no matter what. But us as council members and the mayor's administration, it's our responsibility to make sure we take care of our city workers, right? Make sure the people who are saving our residents, that they're taken care of as well, too. So I think increasing that number, maybe even doubling it, will help with reducing overtime, but then also making sure that we're reducing some of the wear and tear on our employees as well, too. So I would be in favor of taking that number to 24. My next question is, based off your organizational chart, for the EMS services, I know we had talked about creating a battalion chief position there. Is there any thoughts of creating additional leadership structure per battalion there as well, too, when they rotate off?
Not presently at this time. I do believe as we continue to evolve in our EMS, our emergency medical services, service, I would believe, in the future, there would be obviously some restructuring there. But right now, even with, your question about additional firefighters, any department head's going to say, I want some more employees. I'd love to, but, But I also, as the chief, I have to be, in line with the, the mayor's priorities and be fiscally responsible as best as I can.
Thank you for that. I'll let someone else ask a question.
Councilwoman Harley?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, a question on number two, I'm sorry. A question on question number two, where you mentioned that the city averages 2,000 runs per month, and you're able to collect approximately 70.7%. Well, congratulations on us collecting above the standard, which basically stated it was 90%.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
question to you is, what about the other 1,600 runs? What does that mean, that we only can bill on the 1,400? What about the other 600? What happens with the other 600?
The other 600, 1,400, I'll start over. Just like you said, and you're right on point. We handle approximately 2,000 runs per month with 1,400, I don't know why I keep saying 1,400, but 1,400 are transported to medical facilities. That other 600, they're not billable incidents. They could be incidents where we respond, there's no patient, or we respond and the patient refuses service. So there is no means of billing. However, excuse me, ma'am, but however, as I said, there is a CARES Act that is out there that, it's not in law yet, but to address that, that question about the 600 that's not billable.
Thank you, because you still have to use your workforce to go there, right? Like someone has to go there. You have 600 runs where you actually are utilizing your manpower, but at the same time, we're not able to collect on those runs, right?
Correct. And to add to that, that is that's nationwide. That's across the nation in these fire department based EMS systems.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Harley. Any other Councilwoman Willauer?
Yes, thank you, Chief Looney and your team. I just wanted to say, it's a risky job, and people who live in Wilmington, small businesses, really depend on you being there and coming when you're called. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who is working hard in your department, keeping us safe.
Thank you very much. Yeah, our men and women are since this transition into the EMS, they've done a tremendous job, and I'm very proud of each and every one of them. So, thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Councilman Owens?
Yes. This was a question that I asked last year as well, too. When it comes to recruitment and retention, I know that we're doing fire classes almost like once a year at this point,
Yes,
sometimes two. What is the retention rate of the people who are going through becoming Wilmington firefighters? Are they staying with the department, or are we seeing them go to other departments? Is there any type of reimbursement if they leave within a certain time window? If we are taking care of their training and then they use that and go somewhere else? And then what can we do better as a city to help with retention, especially when it comes to minority firefighters as well, too?
I don't have the number offhand, retention. I will say early on in my tenure as chief, we were going through some, obviously, retirements. We go through that all the time. But we did have some resignations. But to get back to your question, we, in my 5 years as chief, I think we've done a very good job in improving our diversity of this department. This is something that's taken a while to do. We've made our department very attractive, I feel. We've transitioned to the 2472. We've worked hard to increase our salaries to, be a recruitment place and retention. The 2472, I feel, has been a big help with making us attractive due to the, the incorporation of the EMS. We've increased our, the amount of females that are on the department. I mean, we've done a lot when it comes to recruitment. We've been to career fairs. We have our own recruitment web page that's been very helpful. The billboards, community events. I think we've done with the little bit of staff that we can do it with. I think we've done a very good job in increasing our diversity.
Good.
And last question. This is a tough one. The fire explorers. The $10,000.
You want to come back?
Oh, I don't think I can fit in a uniform right now.
You want to go to Colorado again?
That was a fun trip.
That was a fun trip.
The $10,000 allocated to that.
Yes.
Is that solely only from your budget, or are y'all able to accept grant funds?
That's solely from our budget,
Okay.
Councilman.
All right, thank you.
And as it was very productive when you were an explorer, we're doing a great job still.
Thank you.
I had one quick question. It was actually a follow-up to your previous question. Do you find that there's a pipeline? I don't know what the relationship with like the volunteer fire departments to maybe funnel into becoming a full-time firefighter with you guys.
Yes. The volunteer, the departments statewide, but we'll just talk Newcastle County, the volunteer departments have become more and more combination, as we call it, career departments, because the volunteer personnel, unfortunately, over time has diminished. And some of those guys and girls will get their training from some of these departments that surround us, and then want to come on to the Wilmington Fire Department. So yes, there is a feeder for those volunteers. A lot of us, when I first came on here, that's how I got my start. I was a volunteer, and we had a lot of that. We still get our share of volunteers.
Okay, it's interesting. President Congo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief. Early, you just touched on the increase of diversity over the years within the fire department. Are you able to go into detail in that? Like, how much has it increased? And when you say diversity, are you talking about women? Are you talking about African Americans, Hispanics, Asian, other? But when you say diversity, it has increased.
Okay.
Can you break that down for us? Do you have that information in front of you?
I have it right in front of me. Actually, it was one of the slides.
Yeah, if WITN, I think it was question 5. It's which one? 19. Slide 19.
If that.
And I can also provide this information to everybody. I do have it. Okay, I can go through this. The 41st Academy, which was April of 21, we started with 2 Asian males, 5 black males, 3 Hispanics, 1 that had 2 racial backgrounds, and then 10 white males. We also had 1 black female, 1 Hispanic male or female, and then 2 white females, total of 25. Those that are active still, we have 2 black males, 1 white female, or 1 black female, a Hispanic male and Hispanic female, 2 of other racial, and 5 white, so 11 altogether. The 42nd Academy, November of 22, we hired 8 black males, 2 Hispanic males, 11 white males, and 1 black female, total of 23. Active right now, 6 black males, 1 black female, 1 Hispanic male, 8 white males. Class of 43rd Academy, May of 24. We hired 4 black males, 2 Hispanic males, 1 of 2 races, and 8 white males. Remaining 2 black males, 2 Hispanics, 1 of 2 racial backgrounds, and then 6 white males and 1 white female, total of 12. And then we have May of 25, the 44th Academy. 1 Asian male, 9 black males, 1 Hispanic male, 1 of 2 racial backgrounds, and then 23 white. And we currently have 1 Asian male, 6 black males, 1 Hispanic male, and 1 of 2 races, and 21 white males. Black female, Hispanic female, 2 white females. And that's our current data. And as I said, I can provide this to you.
Okay, I appreciate. I can't see it. Follow up. I'm sorry. Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yep, Mr. President.
Thank you. I can't see if the percentages are also on there. Like, are the percentages also included in that data?
No, but we can provide.
Earlier slides, we had a percentage.
Okay.
We can provide
All right.
that, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. I thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks. Any other questions from council members? Any questions from the public? Seeing none, I'd like to thank Chief Looney and the WFD team, Mr. Winkler, for presenting this evening. Any follow-up information I asked you to provide to Ms. Bassnight. I also would like to thank Mr. Greco, the full OMB team, department heads, WITN, council staff, Ajay English, and our chief of staff, and our advisor, Ms. Bassnight, and any members of the public that are watching. Next budget hearing scheduled for Monday, April 27th at 4:30 p.m., and that will be real estate and housing, human resources, and the law department. As always, please tune in to WITN Channel 22 to watch our meetings. You can also watch them online at WITN22.org or on their social media pages and on YouTube. If you'd like more information about the budget, go to www.wilmdebudget.org. And with that, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you.